show is for adults, by adults, using adult language, role playing adult situations, and possible controversial topics. No situations or topic reflects the views of the dungeon master or the players in real life. You have been warned. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Hey, Zarius.
Hello. Who's that?
I'm that terribly creepy villain you've been working on. I
Oh,
had some thoughts about some terribly overpowered abilities that I could use against your players as they fight wave after wave of my seemingly endless minion horde.
that sounds really fun, but I don't know where my notebook is right now for my dungeon
You
notes.
fool! You should be using World Anvil.
World Anvil? What's World Anvil?
World Anvil has everything you need to start creating and building
Really?
your world. You can upload maps, make character or villain profiles, timelines, update world lore, and much, much more.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I'm gonna have to definitely sign up for. Why are you laughing like that?
All right, all yours.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to episode 12 of Vow of the Keepers. We will be picking up where we left off here in SOGA in just a second. But first things first, as always, we want to make sure that we recognize the fact that we are proudly sponsored by World Anvil, which has everything you need to start creating and building your world. You can sign up for free and get started right away at worldanvil.com. You can also join their Discord at the links over in chat, which please that way. And we also always make sure to thank Roll20 for their generous support in providing us with a pro account and core books that help me run our sessions here on the virtual tabletop that you can see in front of you. We are a whole bunch of subs away from the next big giveaway, but it's a pretty hefty one, so we'll be chipping away at that goal. So last time we were here in SOGA, there was some interesting progress made delving into the labyrinth sponge. A hole in the dome was discovered. Both both I don't know, kind of reassuring but also worrying that there's a hole in the dome. But it's valuable information. And then Finnegan made a big breakthrough on his training in the Arctic zone, learning a whole bunch of new cold spells that are really sweet. We'll see what happens with that. And then Lucy stuck her foot in her mouth,
And
as one does from time to time.
It's a paladin thing. It's a paladin.
Yeah. So having noticed something was a little off about a new rookie combatant here in SOGA, like a rookie student, Lucy kind of latched onto that idea and was kind of investigating and following up, and they went to watch one of his fights, and in watching him, Czar got a hint that he may be pulling a fast one, some trickery, some cheating, some kind of something or another, and they confronted him right to his face. Attempted Zone of Truth has failed. He got a little agitated. Lucy dropped Divine Sense, found out that he was a fiend, and went, "Oh, hey, you're a fiend. That's interesting." Right to his face, out loud. And then all hell broke loose, basically. So there was a confrontation, there was a slow cast, there was some panic. You fled, he let you leave, and then you met with Brofiel, filled him in, gave him a quick info drop, and then returned to the dorms for the evening. So we're going to pick up from there. You're going to, meet back up with Finnegan, who's recovering from his cold spell. Kinley wrapped up at the forge with all the ammo that she was working on. And that's where we're going to pick up. So what would you like to do from here? You're in the dorms. It's sort of after supper, early evening kind of time at this point. You haven't gone to bed for the night yet. You're still in that kind of like evening pocket right before bedtime.
Yawn.
Let's see.
My bones are aching. Woo.
So altogether, what did we get done in terms of bullets and things when we finished up the night?
Oh, I'll give you an
You were in
exact
the
ammo count.
library.
You guys can get rolling on conversation and stuff, and I'll figure out the ammo totals and stuff.
Yeah, you were in the library, Kinley, when we left.
Yeah, I know at the end, but I still want to know what I finished up that day. For.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, with
Yeah,
the
whatever.
two of them helping you out and stuff, you would have made. They would have gotten a decent batch of ammo done for you.
Dramatic zoom in there, Kim.
Yeah. Normally keep it a little tighter. Anyway,
Well, I'm pretty sure after leaving Brofield, with that panicked information, Czar at least, I'm not sure if Shelly and Lucy would be coming with him, as he booked ass toward the dorms to try and find the other two party members so that we can pack up and leave immediately.
well, Finnegan's back at the dorm because he passed out and they had to drag him out of the cold training room unconscious. Patch him up and drop him off at the dorms and tell him to sleep it off, basically.
When you go hard, sometimes they go harder and you go out.
Depending on when they get there, like I'd probably be back by early evening if I didn't find much at the library. So I'd probably like stuff in my face for some dinner.
Lucy would probably be tagging along with Zard, being like, why did I say that?
Yeah, every now and then Czar's looking at you as we walk back toward the dorms, just giving you a pointed, glaring look.
Lucy's glaring back like, don't even fucking start.
So,
And he's... Oh, good.
yeah, no, that definitely could have gone better.
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought it was a fiend, huh?
Yeah. Maybe next time we look but don't touch, and
Look, you both are going to shut up about this? It wouldn't have happened if somebody wouldn't have kept shoving in the fact that I was enamored with the guy. Do I make myself clear on that one?
I mean, I don't really blame you. He's actually kind of cute, but you can't blame me for
gross.
that.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, you did go out of your way to have me investigate him, Lucy, so...
Yeah, well,
That can't be put
Finnegan-
on me.
I'm totally... It's Finnegan's fault. That's what it is. He kept shoving it. Wouldn't have happened if he didn't try to humiliate me like that.
You know what, Lucy? I'm perfectly fine with blaming Finnegan for this. Let's just go get them and get the hell out of this town. So I guess we'd run into Kinley first, since she would be eating and not, unconscious in bed.
Yeah, you would have bumped in from Kinley would have been downstairs having dinner. Finnegan would have been upstairs sleeping it off or whatever. So you'd bump into Kinley first.
Kinley, pack your shit, we're leaving. And I start heading upstairs as I just walk right past her.
I look over their faces.
Lucy looks annoyed.
What did you do?
Yeah, so we went down and we went and watched a fight with the elf guy, right? Turns out he's not an elf guy, but I'll get to that. So we watched him, and, I heard that they were watching him for a while before, and they found out that he might have been doing some magic or something, and everybody was like, well, that's kind of weird. Why would he be doing magic? And so I showed up, and they were like, hey, why don't you go ahead and look at this guy and see if you can figure out if he's doing any magic. And, I watched him, and I didn't really see any spells being cast or anything, but then, we went down to talk to him afterwards, groupies, I guess, or something. And, I did my whole, pew pew, and I'd just go ahead and do the pew pew and make my eye tattoos all glittery. And, I didn't get a chance to really look at him very good because then somebody cast a spell, and then he was like, "What are you doing?" And then Lucy was like, "Oh, you're a fiend. Oh, by the way, he's a fucking fiend," which is a little scary. I bit my tongue. I kind of hurt. It was a little bit scary, and like I don't know. Like, I think we're running away now because he might have tried to kill us a little bit, and I kind of like fucking ran, and I was like, "Pew," and I misty stepped right out of there. And sorry about that, by the way. I didn't mean to like run away faster than you guys. I don't really value my life above yours. I was just really scared.
Zara's already
So this
upstairs,
giant
about hearing
elf that you watch slice people in half, you didn't think that was strange to begin with.
By that point, Lucy's probably heading up the stairs too.
10 minutes later, when Shelly's done with the whole.
No, while you're saying it.
Yeah.
I didn't want to.
So now you're saying we've been run out of town by a demon, and
Yeah.
some of you are now on someone's shit list.
Yeah. And I'm kind of noticeable. Like, people remember me. So
Yeah.
if he sees us, he's probably not going to be happy. And I really feel bad about this whole leaving other people to clean up our very dangerous messes. But at the same time, I don't want to die, you know?
That seems responsible of you.
So,
Maybe you all should have thought, did a little more thinking ahead before this.
I mean, whoa. This is not my bad, okay?
This just sounded like a
This is
bad
not-
plan all to begin with.
I showed up late, and they were like, "Listen, go look at this guy." And then all of a sudden, we were running. Okay, so I take no responsibility for what happened down there. All I know is they're scared, and I think we're leaving.
Well, it sounds like we don't really have much of a choice. Well, at least you three don't have much of a choice.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you guys don't have to go. It all happened really fast. I'm not sure if they knew or if he knew who we really are.
I don't know.
remember if that was said because I was
Did Czar flash his badge? Knowing Czar, that's
Aw.
something he might do.
possibly.
Not to the demon.
Before you knew he was a demon.
No, not to the demon. I did not flash
Okay.
the match at the demon. Just the guards.
Okay.
I hope the demon can't extract any
Yeah.
information from said guard.
I hope the demon's not interested in interrogating the guards at all.
To clarify, when the zone of truth failed and he stood up and made his snarky comment about prying into his business, you did say it's kind of our job and flash the
I
badge.
did, yes, you're right.
Oh God.
Rip.
You're right, I did.
So
You're right.
She made note of that. Don't you worry.
Just,
I-
just saying, in my own defense, we didn't know he was, a god at that time.
Just making sure you're playing off the accurate information.
Yes. Thank you for reminding
So-
me.
So he might think that we're all together and be on the lookout for that sort of.
Well, he's
thing.
never seen me, so.
Right, but like, if he finds out that you're part of our group, then he might assume we haven't left if you don't also leave, and it might just be safer. I mean, he was real powerful. Like, I thought that I did some real good stuff on there, and it did not work. So, like, it's scary. Like, it's real scary.
Wonderful. Just wonderful.
Yep.
Anyway, I kind of don't really have more than what I carry on my shell, so I don't really have to pack or anything, but I'm gonna go see how they're doing.
So I would be upstairs at this point, and as I'm shoving things into my bag, I'm kind of calling over to Finnegan. Finnegan, wake up! Finnegan, get your little ass out of bed! Finnegan!
How passed out am I?
you're basically just you're regular asleep. Like you're not unconscious. You're just knocked out from being zeroed by the cold, and then them kind of healing you a little bit, and then they just kind of dumped you in bed and said, "Sleep it off, kid." So,
Got it. So I'm gonna be irritated. So we got that one. Hey Czar, even or odds?
Evens.
You're going to see ice start to form under my door that you're banging on, slowly creeping towards you.
Okay. Finnegan, you need to get the hell up. We need to get out of here. We're in danger.
Leave. Need to sleep. Talk in the morning.
All right. Well, in the morning, you need to start making your way north because we're leaving tonight. Bye. And I will go pack my shit.
okay, so you're gonna go off and pack up. Finnegan
Yep.
is blowing you off essentially. Gonna stick around, catch some Z's.
He's doing the normal. I'm Finnegan, and what's best for me is whatever is best for me thing. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Well,
Chaotic good. We're fine.
yeah,
Chaotic good.
Well, I'm sure if you explained the situation while trying to wake him up, it might have influenced him.
No, he was casting a spell at me. I'm not going to stick around. That's just another notch on why Finnegan needs to die in his sleep.
Jesus.
If only you had stayed where you were standing.
Yeah.
if only.
You would have had to have blown a charge on that staff because if you done spell damage to him, he would have busted through your door and tried to kill you.
Oh no, it was a cantrip. All it was gonna do was freeze you to the ground, and you had no movement. That's all it was gonna do.
Just
That's all
Lodged
it was.
up in
That's
place.
literally the entire. That's the entire cantrip.
Yeah, it just locks you in place for like a turn, and then the ice melts away, and you can move again.
Well, you also probably could not have been effective. You said DC throw for a deck save, so you should have been fine as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good with Dex.
Anyway, so Kinley, are you going to join in the packing, or are you gonna?
I don't have much to pack, so I just grab my bag and.
Okay. And Lucy's packing. So everybody's packing up, Finley, except for Finnegan.
Finley.
Finley!
I almost said it. I caught myself. So you're gonna pack up. You're gonna head out. Do you have a destination in mind, or are you just making a run? Is it just a scram?
I believe Forge Hearth would be our destination.
I believe so. Is Finnegan's not with us? I'm gonna go try and see what he's up to.
But go ahead, Kinley, try and get him up. But he told me to leave him alone till morning, and he would catch up with us.
I knock on his door.
I said.
Finnegan, pissed off demon, let's go.
Rest.
You don't have time.
Demon.
Yes. Blame the other three. They pissed off a demon. We gotta go.
Is it the goddamn Becky again?
No, it's that weird elf that we met.
What
Finnegan
elf?
has not met.
Oh, he hasn't met him. You haven't met him. You didn't see him at all? No.
Nope.
But he haunted Lucy about her.
There's a strange, muscle-bound elf who apparently is actually a demon, and they pissed him off.
Lucy's love interest?
Yes.
Ah, she's not gonna hear the end of this. She fell in love with a demon? A paladin in love with a demon.
Yes, it's quite the comedy.
I'm gonna have to write a book about this. Or
Oh my god.
TED Talk it. Jesus. Alright, fine. I was just making headway too.
Yeah, well, you know, we can't blame ourselves on this one, at least. At all.
I'm sure they're always gonna blame the dead Finnegan somehow. You'll see Finnegan literally like physically like disheveled and opens the door. You're gonna see like parts of his clothing slightly like stuck in place. And then you'll see small little bit of frost or whatever slowly like dampening off of his body, like he's sort of was permafrosted himself kind of by accident without out fully knowing what he was doing. But he looks definitely ragged as fuck.
Got a bit of a cold shoulder there.
It's been a rough day. Lot of water, a lot of ice, a lot of pain. Definitely a lot of pain.
Looks like it. You can try and sleep on your horse. Probably the best you're gonna get for now. Tie yourself to it. You should be good.
I can guarantee you don't get good sleep on horses.
Better than none.
Whatever.
You've managed to wrangle Finnegan into joining your expeditious retreat. Are you gonna leave without your money?
No, I believe I said last session we were going to stop by Brofield one last time.
One last time on the way out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah,
we need some
and,
money. We're leaving.
When Finnegan does join the parties, I will make... Oh, look. His royal iceness has decided to join us. And so sorry we interrupted your slumber.
Dude, Finnegan, you look like ass. Do you want some jellyfish?
I do not want to be
Give him the
pixelated.
jellyfish. Do it, Chili.
No.
Do it.
No, I do not need pixelation. I'm good, thank you though.
Oh my
I think
gosh,
he
it
does.
does. And I throw one at him.
Oh
It does
god!
not do that.
Hope it hits him right in the face.
That was a
freezes through
completely
his face.
different thing.
I reactively fire off my foot freeze on her. Because I don't know what I'm doing. I just go ah, and just like you'll just see the ground above you, or under you start to like frost, and then you have to make a DC save of a Dex saving throw 15 or better, or you'll be stuck for 6 seconds. You're stuck for 6 seconds.
So you get 2 hit points back from the jellyfish, and then Shelly just kind of looks at you and goes, "See, the jellyfish are your friends, okay? So just chill, and if you undo me, I can come over and give you some nice healing instead."
See, I don't know what I did there.
You attacked your teammate.
Oh,
Sorry.
what a big surprise. Finnegan's not knowing what he's doing.
It's something that I was working on in my training grounds, and then I proceeded to collapse, so I didn't fully, ground myself in it just yet. It literally happened hours ago, and I was supposed to, sleep, but you fuckers getting, our paladin to fall in love with a demon.
Oh yeah, if you keep that up, I'm leaving you here to deal with that
I
guy
mean-
yourself.
You're the one who caused the problems here, not me.
You're the one that started it.
What? Noticing
all
your
your
interest
fault,
in
you're
it?
stupid.
Notice your interest in him? Yeah, it's very obvious.
You get
Some people don't like that kind of thing. It'd be
Angry
nice
glare.
if you just...
No, it's fine. How quickly Finnegan forgets that it was him last time that led us to sudden death. But, that's all water under the bridge now because, someone else did it. And he can do little icy things now.
Weird. I don't see us in peril last time, but I definitely saw you running away twice now, calling yourself a keeper. So, I'm confused on the occupation you're holding.
Sure, if you want to go fight him
Yes,
by yourself,
I'm
go
actually
ahead.
confused about yours too because you do a lot of things for yourself but not for the group. So, I guess that's why you don't have a badge. So you really shouldn't call yourself a keeper until you get a new one. Anyways, let's go see Brofield.
Once Shelly's feet
Haven't
unfroze.
once called me a keeper lately, so, good diss there, Czar.
Once Shelly's feet unfroze, they would walk over and kind of shove Finnegan. Friendly shove.
Friendly shove.
Goliath
With a-
strength into the wall.
A burst of tattoo like across here, and gives him 12 more points of healing.
Oh god. and then afterwards, pixelates him.
If only.
It was one time, okay? And that wasn't even that kind of jellyfish. It was a different jellyfish.
What color was that jellyfish compared to these jellyfishes? Is there a difference in color, shape, size? I mean, I'd like
I'm
to know
sure
when I
there
see
is,
it coming at me.
The player playing Shelly doesn't know the difference between jellyfish, so I can get back to you on that. But
Okay,
they are
that's fine.
different jellyfish.
Species, I got you. Understand.
Yeah.
One has
Fox,
8 tentacles.
Fox jellyfish versus like the what's another one?
Yeah. The
those
pixelated
ones?
one was the Portuguese man of war.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like, are you just rolling this shit up like names?
yeah, there's different kind of jellyfish, just like there's different kinds of druids. There's druids and then there's Finnegan.
Oh, burn!
That's actually a valid point.
Oh,
Now we're spitting off facts. I'm interested.
Wow. Yeah. But yes, I would have to agree with that. My healing jellyfish are probably like box jellyfish, which are the ones you think of, the translucent ones. And the other ones were Portuguese man of wars.
When she starts throwing squids, that's when we worry.
If I see an octopus coming my way, I swear to God, I'm lighting this place on fire.
Shelly would like to cast Kraken.
It's like a fireball, and you just see a kraken on flames coming down.
Alright, yeah,
Well, that took
Brokill.
a turn. So
Brokill.
you swing back by Brofield's office, and okay, let me sort this out. So you you head for the arena first. You find he's not there, but that's the last place you saw him, right?
Yeah.
So you head back there, you find out he's not there, they tell you, oh no, he's gone back to the teacher's dorm, the residence. So you make your way back across town to the teacher's residence over here. Okay. You work your way through the dorm up to his like office study. You got the big bay window looking over the school and all that fun stuff. You walk in and you
See him in there with the elf.
But
If so, this is gonna make Finnegan's response so good.
Okay, so you walk into the room, like, knock, knock, hey, Brofield, what's up? And yes, he is mid-conversation with Cowland, and you see standing behind him, like he's sitting at his desk, Cowland standing in front of the desk. Behind him is like a personal assistant, possibly. They look like a stereotypical personal assistant, very like clean, sharply dressed. Those like half rim glasses that are always sitting kind of like here on their nose, and notepad taking notes, documenting everything that's being discussed between the two of them, just for like writing feverishly as the conversation carries on. So you open the door, you see that hulking massive person standing in front of the desk. What do? You get maybe like a split second before they realize that the doors to the office just open.
Lucy does not enter.
Zar will.
Finnegan doesn't know who this is. I will casually walk in.
Okay. So you
Anybody else's responses? Because I'm definitely gonna say the first words.
might as well follow.
Got it. All right.
Since Zar's in front of you, I think Zar would say the first words.
would at least get the first crack as leading the way through the door. But you open the door, you get a split second of recognition of the mass in front of you. You're like, I know that back anywhere. And then he turns around and Brofield kind of leans around him and they, can we help you?
Headmistress, we're heading out of town. We're heading back up to the mountain where there's a Yeti problem. We were stopping by to see whether or not we could get those funds that were supposed to be wired our way.
Yes, yes. Well, hmm.
Mm.
The well, I suppose I can scrounge it up for you real quick. We weren't planning to do a transaction quite so late. I'll have to dig it out of the petty cash, and he'll kind of snap for his personal assistant, and they'll go off.
Yes,
And
I do apologize leaving such a with such short notice after our last discussion. But the work of a keeper's never done, and we do have things to prepare for.
yes, it's quite a shame to be losing you at this juncture. It seemed like you were making such good progress on the various trainings you were undertaking. It would have been nice to see that progress continue as you grow as potential students in the school.
Ah, yes, definitely. Little Finnegan here has learned how to freeze people in place. The feet just stick to the ground. Just saw it not long ago. Quite interesting.
Yeah, it was super cool.
And Finnegan's gonna still look like he has a hangover. He's just like,
Can I like see what the headmistress's like general vibe is right now? Like, is he scared or
no.
Annoyed.
Make an insight check.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask to do the same thing because, you know, he went white as a ghost when we mentioned it before, and now he's sitting here having this conversation. It probably can't help it, but
I'm gonna casually, as Finnegan's like, oh, I'm terribly sorry, Goliath hulking man of whoever you are. My friends, very rude. Hello, I'm Finnegan. This is Czar, and this is Shelly, and we just so happen to be passing through town, and apparently we need to leave. And I apologize
yeah.
for breaking up your meeting. But
yes, Finnegan. This is Callahan, the current arena champion.
oh, the love interest. Wow, I didn't expect that one. Paladins?
And this is where it becomes a telltale game. Czar will remember this.
I mean, the door's open. Lucy probably heard that too.
You may be getting a sword smack when you walk back out of the office, and frankly, I wouldn't blame her at this point. So
Fuck, leave the girl
Shelly,
alone.
you're kind of trying to see past the mass of elf to get a look at Brofield, and you can tell it wasn't really what you were expecting after the last time you saw him. He doesn't look panicked. He looks sort of torn a little bit, like he's halfway between believing what you guys told him and believing what he's been discussing with Cowland for the last like 15-20 minutes while you were off doing what you were doing.
but he doesn't look like he's been charmed or anything like that.
Not
Maybe.
that you can tell.
Or persuaded in any way that you could tell either.
I'm more worried about magical compulsion, so
But no, you're not picking up any kind of like ticks or giveaways that would indicate that he's been charmed by anything. But
You can always dispel magic. I hear that's a great idea.
I
he's
can't.
gotten like he's been getting the other side of the story essentially from Cowland, and he's trying to kind of weigh out which one he wants to believe more and that
So
kind of
the
thing.
headmistress is a fucking idiot. Got it. By the way, our keepers say you're an evil demon and they've got to flee town because you're so terrible. Let's have a chat.
Wait, not even better. There's a paladin in the group.
So-
Okay.
Doesn't mean we can't be lying.
Yeah, I mean you did accuse him of snorting strength potions just that morning. And then you accused him of cheating, and then you accused him of being a demon, and he's a bit like, well,
Technically, they weren't wrong.
The snorting of the strength potions probably was wrong though.
Yeah. In a term.
yeah.
In a term.
So there's at first he took you at your word, but after he's been listening to Cowland explain what he says happened in Jim, there's a bit more skepticism to him, and he's a bit like, yeah, if you want to leave, okay, fine, go. But at the same time, he's not going to be like giving away the fact that you told him that just on the off chance it is true. He's always kind of trying to like ride that line of
Don't
not
murder
giving
me.
it away, but not disregarding it either.
Okay.
I mean, Brofield would prefer not to be murdered.
Yeah, and I'm guessing Czar just thinks, all right, headmistress is handling this shit like a champ.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
all the like nuance is going past. You're just like, wow, he's just really keeping his shit together. There's a demon like this far away from him, and he's just cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, Czar's impressed. He has great respect for the dwarf now.
So, after a few minutes of extreme awkward tension in the room, the personal assistant comes back, and Brofield takes a couple of sacks, and it's just like, well, we've decided that we're only going to give you 1,000 gold apiece for now. That's what we arranged with the rest of the keepers back in Marcelheim. It's meant to last you a while. We're not a piggy bank. We're not a bank at all, technically. But this should float you for a while until you can establish yourselves in some way like the other keepers do. I know Bella has her forge that she runs, and some of the other ones start their little hobby businesses and things for cash flow. Maybe you could do something like that. And it'll kind of, you see 5 little satchels of gold sitting on the desk, and he kind of gestures for you guys to come get them.
I'll just trot up there, grab my sack. No big deal. I'm not worried of any sort. Much appreciated, Brofield.
I'll I'll go collect mine and Lucy's.
I'll collect mine.
I should have just grabbed all the bags. Just like, got it, guys.
Hold on, I need to. God, what
Try
does
not
my
to lose
character what does my character have to be like this? Hold on.
You could just say, hey, Finnegan,
Alright,
would you
so-
grab mine too?
So yeah, and as he turns around and kind of looks up to the elf and makes eye contact with him, Czar's gonna wink before he walks away.
Oh! You're trying to get it with the demon now.
Why?
Now Czar has a love interest of this elf.
No. See, the elf doesn't know about the whole love interest thing, so you dropping that, Czar is going to take advantage of that to make the demon lord think that Czar's interested in him because they kind of flirted in the forge. So, yeah.
Okay, that could work. I never dropped who had the love interest, so that would work.
Exactly. That's why I rolled to see whether or not he was actually crazy enough to do that, and I rolled a nat 1.
Ooh.
Nice.
So very much so crazy enough to do that.
Boy, howdy! Can't say I didn't warn him.
Oh boy.
So he kind of looks at you incredulously. You get a bit of like a squinty eye, like,
The fuck?
the hell do I do about is that a knowing wink? Is that a like he's got a bit of
It was a very like meet me under the elm tree at midnight kind of wink.
yeah.
Kind of had a
Sultry
little bit
wink.
of a lip purse, like kind of like a mwah with it.
Okay.
Thank God Finnegan didn't see that. Jesus.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Wow.
So he not really sure what to do with that. and he just-
Persuasion check.
there's a bit of yeah, like I said, he kind of like gives you a bit of like a squinty side eye, kind of like I don't.
Not
Just
his
get out,
pipe.
just
Got
get out
it.
here.
Yeah, like just
Go.
leave, just get the fuck out.
Damn.
So you
Ugh.
collected your 1,000 gold each. And what are you gonna do now? You're just gonna make a run for it? You're gonna calmly walk outside and then like hyperventilate, anxiety attack? What are you gonna do? You want to hit him with a spell on the way out and just kick this shit off? Like, what do you?
No.
don't have our army yet, so.
I mean, no.
No.
Hit him with a just. Give me 30 seconds. Hit him with a snowball. See what happens.
Just starts getting small little snowball just orbiting in his hand. No, not yet, hang on.
I mean, I
No,
could
no.
have Finnegan smack him with the God Stick and see what happens.
There's probably worse things to be done, honestly.
I'm banishing you to the prison. Smack.
I play my trap card.
No, I would calmly walk out and pass the gold to Lucy and just keep walking.
Oh, cool.
Lucy thought I was going to steal her gold for a second there. I saw it on her face.
Player might have like, I hope this motherfucker don't keep the gold.
Zar's
It
an
wouldn't have been
asshole.
too surprising.
Zar is an asshole, but at least he's an honest asshole.
So you're saying he's definitely an asshole. He's not something like, I'm a belly button disguised an asshole.
That's a weird statement.
That is definitely a bizarre statement.
What the
Belly button disguised as it. Okay.
Sure.
We're just going for creative analogies on today's show.
I read books.
So you work your way out of town. Slowly, calmly, as if nothing is wrong. Everything's fine. Go about your business. Da, 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 da. And you are bound for Fortarth. Do you have a specific destination in mind? Are you just the first settlement you come to, or you gonna go for the capital, or?
How far is Fortress from here?
So you're down here in SOGA. You should be seeing that map now. Down here in SOGA. And the capital of Fortarth is here. This is their whole kingdom in this kind of pinkish orange color. Is their whole area. And then all the exits are different towns that you can visit.
So how long of the trip is it to Fortress?
Always.
It's a couple of days to get
Couple
all
days.
the way into the kingdom proper.
All right, so
Hey, look, the marks.
Probably hit up
yeah,
probably like, depending on how long it takes to that town or that town, like on the way out.
Well, Zar would mention, since we have to travel further through the Valley of Inspiration, there are two areas on the way that's marked on the map that Kinley took forever to mark to
Is that the
investigate.
Damn
Is that the
Kinley and
first-
his
As
drawing
possible
skills.
pillars.
Wait, is that the first time Lucy hears about that, or did?
No, we all knew about it.
The
Did-
pinholes.
Yeah.
Remember how he sketched it in his book, but they didn't do too hot because he didn't have a map to go with it?
But he
and-
was in the
She-
room. Lucy could not enter.
Yeah.
So unless she was told, she does not know
That's
about
right,
that.
you were
know about it.
sleeping on the ground for no reason.
She was just snoozing, because I thought, why not? She's tired, she's low on hit points. Snooze.
Yeah. Lucy
Anyway,
took
I
a
would-
nosedive off the balcony.
Fine. I'll retcon that. I will discuss that with Kinley, since I was there.
Yeah.
But there are two places on the map that we should investigate that are on our way to Forchart.
We can I can hit up that one, or which one would you prefer to hit up? Closer one first?
Yeah, and we could stop here at this town and maybe get some provisions and whatnot.
Yeah. Well, this one looks like it's on a town also. So,
All right, we'll hit both of them up
Yeah.
on the way, I suppose.
all right.
Is
Yeah.
that fine with the rest of you?
As long as I can get a nap in, I'll be happy. God, I have a headache.
You are a headache.
Glad I can share.
I have more jellyfish if you want.
Make him eat
I
one.
feel fine health wise, just a lot of mental trauma from frost training.
By the way, did Shelly or
Nope.
Finnegan let us know about the exit?
They have not
No.
yet
Okay.
mentioned it to you. They can choose
Okay.
to, but as far as I've observed, no, they haven't yet mentioned it to you.
Yeah, I was just double checking.
Yep.
Finnegan very specifically does not want to, and Shelley may have forgotten in all of the fear.
Huh?
It's true. We are
That's
running for our
valid.
lives.
That's valid.
to know. All right.
You mean good not to know, because you don't know.
Good to know that he doesn't know. Yeah.
It's good not to know. I'll remember this of not remembering.
Alright, so I guess our first destination, I don't know how long it's going to take, but just hit up that first town. And
Okay. So if you press through the night, you can get there by around breakfast time, but you're going to wind up with a point of exhaustion because you've been going all day and through the night, and you're going to get there.
I'm up for camping. I don't need to get there now. I mean, we're out of town, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I would be fine with that as long as we're a good distance away. And plus, Zara's pretty sure that he staved off death by flirting with the demon lord. So. Yeah.
So we'll walk.
Confidence.
We'll walk
Such
until
confidence.
it gets too late, and then we'll find a place to make camp.
Hey, that confidence got a sword into his shoulder, so hey.
Which
An
you
axe.
don't know.
An axe into his shoulder.
Exit.
He got asked a question.
Yeah, you can throw that pun at him next time we see him. I've got to ask you a question.
God.
Okay, so you ride yourselves out of town for like an hour or two, maybe something like that. Feel like you're comfortably, officially out of town. Like, okay, we're probably, and you're gonna pitch camp for the night. Wake up in the morning and then travel the rest of the way.
Yep,
That's the general plan. Okay.
that is the plan.
You gonna set watch for this, or are you
Yes.
gonna?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Zara will take first watch.
Lucy will take second.
Like,
That's two.
You last.
Shelly, you're gonna go last. Okay.
Finnegan's gonna be selfish as shit.
Yeah. Well.
Isn't he already?
So when Finnegan goes to sleep, just like how asleep is Finnegan?
Conked. Like, you could
At
probably
this
step
point,
on his face.
yeah. He'd be out
Good
like
to
a
know.
rock.
I want to tie his shoelaces together, not tightly, so that he wouldn't like notice it right at the beginning. But when he goes to like step up and take a step, he would catch it and yeah.
I like that idea.
Jesus.
Since he's so conked out, like literally, he just said I could step on his face. I doubt that would wake him up.
I guarantee you he'll not notice it.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna make you sleight a hand for that. With how tired Finnegan should be at this point, like you could get away with tying his shoelaces together. Hopefully, you don't get woken up in the middle of the night by being attacked by anything, because that would kind of suck for Finnegan. But you can tie his shoelaces together if you want to.
He'll be fine.
You could tie him if you just wake up before Finnegan.
So go ahead and make a perception check for your watch.
Alrighty.
There's a demon watching you the entire time.
You don't want to know my response to that. Zar slowly takes off his armor in an enticing fashion.
Oh God.
Oh no.
You could turn mighty and then it'd just be two big dudes going at it. Perfect.
Oh my god.
Zar will remember this.
Finnegan starts throwing gold coins at the performance.
So anyway,
Alright.
you feel like you've pretty on the ball, especially with having just crossed paths with Cowland again. You're wide. You got that adrenaline pumping still. You're feeling wide awake, nice and attentive. You do not notice anything overly unusual. It's a relatively quiet watch. You're feeling pretty safe and secure as of now. So your watch ends and you wake up Lucy, and you're like, "Hey, Lucy, it's your turn."
Yes.
Go
I
ahead
wake
and
her
make
up by tapping her armor as usual. Ting, ting,
a
ting,
ting
ting.
ting ting.
Too unnerved by Finnegan.
Finnegan,
Okay.
you made these life choices, alright?
You kept teasing her?
Exactly, I did. Yes. Make better life choices. Fall in love with the little gnome tinkerer. It's much safer that way.
Still salty about the gnome. Got it.
little bit. Just a little.
Different gnome, different campaign.
So you're doing the best you can to be attentive. You're not noticing anything too crazy going on in the darkness around the camp. Did you make? I didn't ask. Do you guys make like a campfire and stuff, or are you going for stealth?
Czar would not make a campfire since he has dark vision now, so.
Lucy has dark
I
vision.
did absolutely nothing after
Yeah,
I got off my horse, and I laid out.
You just passed out.
I have my light for when I do it.
Okay.
So no fire, I guess, unless Lucy needs one to keep her awake.
Mm-hmm.
No.
So you're sitting in the darkness, kind of listening out for sounds. You get the usual like forest animals skirting about. You hear an owl hoot hoot, that kind of nonsense. But things seem pretty uneventful. You don't pick up on anything out of the ordinary, and your path ends.
We don't hear any women screaming out in help, needing to be saved in the marsh. No.
No, but there's always tomorrow.
Yeah, it's always tomorrow.
And it rolls around and you give Shelly a tap on their shoulder or on their shell, tink tink tink, to wake them up and let them take over for you.
Cool.
Yes, if that's how you awake them, cool.
You can go ahead and make a perception check for your time of watching.
This is with light cast on like a stick or something.
Okay.
Shelly's like the ultimate hippie of this world. I
Oh
love
yeah.
it.
Living it up. So you've got light cast. You
I love how the druid's not the hippie one.
So you notice the sound of like bubbling mud just sort of off in the distance a little bit. You can just hear it, the kind of the swamp sort of that sort of like bubbling action of like a mud pit that's got air ventilating out through it.
Did we
But-
notice that before we went to bed?
Nope.
No.
Cool. Cool.
It's a new type of bubbling.
If you had taken the time to like investigate your campsite, you would have picked it up. But everybody was just kind of making camp and then down for the night, so nobody really picked it up. But it doesn't like call out to you or anything like that. It's
Go
just,
and search the mud pit.
it's just sort of an ambient thing that you pick up on out there that it just stood out to you as you were being attentive of the.
Kim's like, don't
So,
go look at it, please, for the love of God.
so Shelly's gonna sit there and like be very attentive and start talking to themselves and be like, you know, I hear this bubbling over there, and I really kind of wish that I had Meryl Cheap to go look at it, but she's a fucking fish right now, and I don't have any charcoal to change her back. This is not creepy at all. There's no demon coming after us. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, that's so bad. Yeah, she's stuck as a fish right now. That's
She's
so
a
bad.
fish.
She's a fish.
We had more plans to do with that fish thing, but no.
You could dump her in the mud, see what happens.
Yeah!
Suffocate.
Get some dirt in those gills of that fish. Watch
Yeah,
it
what
slowly.
kind of fish? A mud skipper. There you
She's a flipper.
go.
Piranha.
Piranha.
That
Yeah,
would
she's a
be helpful.
quipper. Find familiar gives you a quipper.
Mhm.
D&D fit. D&D. I almost said D&D pistachio. D&D piranha.
That's going to be the first Roll Society expansion to 5th edition, by the way, is D&D Pistachio
Yeah.
on your shelves 2021.
Mhm.
Listen, I'm filling out my familiars page right now, so I just need some more charcoal.
Mhm. So, aside from that, like, no bandits, no random bumps in the night, no nothing like that. If you
Just bubbly noises.
just bubbling in the general kind of off in the distance a little bit. You let that go by, watch ends, sun starts to come up, give everybody a nudge and a shake and a hey, time to get moving, grab some breakfast, get going. Night passes uneventfully.
I would ask for one of those ambrosias. Oh, actually, I took a few of those for myself, so I will pop one of my ambrosia.
Start walking over to my horse. Start getting things. Oh God! I look back like, is there a? Did I stumble on a rock or something? The hell?
Oh, hey, my shoelace.
Ah. Oh well. I'll just neatly fix my shoelaces so I don't have that issue again. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck happened the last like 48 hours anymore. It's like pure blur.
Should have drew a dick on his face. Missed opportunities, ladies and gentlemen.
So everyone wakes up, you make a little bit of breakfast, you hop on horses, move huffling down the road.
Yeah, we don't have any charcoal in the group, do we?
I do not have charcoal.
I
Okay.
do not
Is that
either.
like standard for adventures to have as charcoal?
What?
I mean, no,
What?
but I was just kind of hoping because I kind of would have liked some company last night, and Meryl's kind of a fish right now, so it was.
Wait, why is Meryl a fish?
Because we were swimming
Oh, did you all find anything, by the way, when you went down there?
a lot of tunnels,
So
A
many
lot.
fucking tunnels, hours of tunnels. God,
like
yeah.
so many.
So nothing useful out of all of that.
No, we didn't find any cultists down there, unless like they're shaped like water and look like water.
It's the water
I
weird
mean,
sect of the cult.
Okay, so I don't. Here's the thing, right? Like, we're a crew, right? Like, we're buds. We're supposed to be.
Right.
And, like, a crew is supposed to be on the same team. And I don't think that we should be keeping secrets amongst each other. I mean, you guys already know, like, my biggest secret.
Well, yeah,
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
I don't think we should be keeping secrets either. That's why, when I get my little letters, I let Finnegan or whoever read them. Any information I get should be shared among the others.
I mean, you have some secrets. Don't play that.
What secret?
I mean, like, all that stuff about who you're trying to send to and stuff.
My ex-boyfriend. Who's mixed up with the wrong people. Just trying to look out for them.
Okay.
All you had to do was ask.
I mean, I guess.
I can concur. He told
I feel
me
like there
about
are
it.
more secrets than that, but that's not the point. So we found something. It's not very useful at the moment, but if we ever have a like, oh my god, we have to get out of this bubble like right fucking now, we may or may not have a way through the dome.
Excuse me,
Oh,
what?
We were looking for like an anchor or something, and we didn't find one. So, but we did find the dome.
and you found a way out
and
of the
a
dome.
hole in the dome. But like, we should probably not share that information with very many people because, like, if the demons found out that they could go in and out of it, and that'd be real bad. But
Yeah,
I don't think that that's something we should keep to us. Like,
I
Me
mean,
and
yeah,
Finnegan.
we definitely don't want more demons getting out or getting in, but at the same time, we could also get reinforcements.
Yeah, and I left because it's in the middle of all those tunnels and caves and stuff. It's not like outside where people can find it. So who knows where the caverns eventually go to? But just in case we do need an emergency sort of, hey, find the whole thing. I left a crowbar there so that hopefully somebody could use like a locate object spell to be able to find a way to find the hole. Just in case we need an emergency, like, hey, Silverheart, come help us. Hope you know how to swim.
Well,
Oh, it only works for 1,000 feet, though.
I don't know if
Fair
you forgot about yesterday, but this is the kind of, hey, we need kind of help situation that you're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, Victoria's full of keepers right now, and Grand Keeper Princess's grandfather over here.
I'm sure the grandfather would love to know about that. He'd probably find a good use for it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we don't know if there's any spies in the keepers.
I
Or
would,
in
lo-
Victoria that could hear about this.
I would love to see Silverheart come through that bubble too, right? That, ooh,
I'm not sure he'd fit.
Sure.
I'm sure he'd try his damnedest. Cause boy howdy, if he's slamming on that shell naked, pretty sure he'll do the same coming through the portal.
But yeah. Anyway, I just think that the best policy going forward is if we all trust each other and tell each other things, because that will make us a tight-knit crew. And our crew's the only people we've got, so that's just what I think.
I agree with you to an extent. Though I also think that we should stick together as a group and not go off on our own selfish means during active investigations too. And I'm looking right at Finnegan when I'm saying this.
I agree with both of you. We need to work together to do that. We got to be able to trust each other.
I agree. When we do investigations, we should stick together. You guys went off to the stadium to watch a show. I don't know what you guys are doing. You guys got in trouble on your own.
Oh, Shelly, didn't you tell him that the reason why we wanted you to meet us at the stadium was because there was a very suspicious character there?
I mean, I thought we were just gonna watch him fight, though. I didn't know that we were like gonna go walk up and be like, "Yo, demon dude, what's up?"
Well, I didn't either, and I looked to Lucy.
She's just
But
pointing
it's-
at
Finnegan's just gonna go like,
It's kind of the way it happened. But at the same point, we didn't know we were going to be going up a mountain to find Becky and a bunch of bloodthirsty yetis either. So there's plenty of mistakes to go around. But
true.
going forward,
but we
About-
were investigating possible negative sides on the mountain, so we knew to be ready. While you guys went to just go watch a show and decide to put your foot in your butt and kick us out of SOGA. So I mean, there's a difference here.
yes, and there's also the difference that Shelley's the one that decided to let the rest of us know about the tunnel when you said there was nothing there. So,
I said there were no cultists that we found, and there's plenty of water.
and I said if there was anything useful.
Right now, that is not useful. So my statement still upholds what I
I mean,
said.
if some keeper knows how to.
Your
tap
opinion
into
and
that
reality. Yes, and your opinion and reality are two different things. Just because it's not useful to you doesn't mean it's not useful information for someone else.
Especially the demons. I bet you they just love that information. That we just had to run from, by the way. That is in the same town as the way to outside.
angry typing.
May might want to play that back in your memory. That's not what happened.
I'm pretty sure he said that you all are going to get out of town.
Mm-mm.
And no?
No, the only thing he
I'm
said
sure
to you
that's
is that
what
you're
it
gonna
You mentioned it first.
keep this between us, and then you suggested in response was you should leave town.
You're right.
That's when he
You're
said,
right.
no, "You're right. That's a good idea. You should leave town."
You are right.
You tried to
That's
negotiate.
That's when I tried to negotiate. Yes, you're right.
Which was brilliant. I love it, by the way.
Yes.
It wouldn't hurt while you're on this day's journey to the next town to have a little, like, TED talk about what's the inside part and what's the outside part when you discover new information.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're having that conversation now.
Yeah.
Basically, Czar would relate anything that involves our investigations. We should be together and not running off doing our own things. And share information that is pertinent to our mission here. Yeah, I don't want to know if, Finnegan sneaks out in the middle of the night and goes and has relations with a sheep. I mean, he is a druid. But, just things that are important should be shared. But he will not tell anyone that he's the one that found the things that found the pillar. He's still going to keep that.
Because of course he is.
Lucy knows.
This is your chance to come clean.
Mm-hmm.
Not yet.
And he probably would have if Finnegan wouldn't have actively tried to deceive us about the hole. So...
Weird how she didn't have me make a deception roll.
You still admitted it.
Omitting is still lying.
Nope.
It's called a lie of omission.
Yes.
There's a name for it and everything.
So until Zars feels he can trust everybody in the group with complete honesty, he's going to keep that to himself, and only Lucy will know. And he's not going to tell Shelly because he knows Shelly would tell everybody else, so he's not going to put her in that situation.
I mean, not
And it's like, well...
And I didn't mean that in a bad way. It's just that she's all truthful and open and honest, so he's going to be guarded about it.
And that grinds his gears.
And that is how Sue sees it.
What grinds Lucy's gears apparently is when somebody spreads rumors about her liking somebody.
So I guess part of this conversation is going to be Lucy ranting about how she's not in love with the elf.
Which,
Not
that would
like
be
that,
fair.
no. She'd probably just say don't poke the bear or something like that.
Don't poke the bear.
When you don't know what you're talking about, don't poke the bear.
Alright.
That's probably your only input in that.
Okay.
I assume when we get to the first place, Shelly wants to look for charcoal.
Yes. I miss Meryl.
Everyone's like, I need to get a restroom break. I need charcoal! I need charcoal!
Just a little.
A surprise, I do not want to look for Scroll Ascending in this town. I want to look for something a little bit different than a Scroll Ascending.
Oh.
A wand with sending charges on it.
Changing it up. Throwing me a curveball.
A ring of sending with multiple charges.
Yeah.
That recharges,
Well,
it refreshes every sunrise.
advanced notice, since the message that he received was so carefully to make sure that it couldn't be like tracked and whatever, he would actually try and find someone to concoct him a similar type of scroll of sending to where he could be masked and it's not easily intercepted. Because he would pick up on the cue of, the way that he sent that message. I recognized the voice, but didn't know who it was, and all of that kind of stuff is that level of shadiness needs to be maintained if there's going to be communication.
Mm.
So you're looking for someone who has shady communications in a small town.
You'd be surprised. I want to go ask the old hag at the end of the street living in the hut with the bone wind chimes.
Mm.
To be fair, if they have one of those, that's what I would have bet on too.
Exactly.
If they have one.
Okay.
Do we need more filler, Kim? I can keep going.
No, you're fine. I was getting lost in my own reading over here.
She's rolling to see if there's actually chalk here. Charcoal. Fresh out. Some adventures already passed by here a few days ago.
I mean, we do camp a lot. We could probably make our own charcoal during the night.
it's true. Just take. Is that
We
considered
did make a
charcoal?
fire last night, though.
That's true. That's true.
Right, but you
I-
don't make charcoal just by burning
Yeah.
wood. Like,
Yeah,
there's a whole
there's a little more to it
thing.
than that. But
This isn't Minecraft.
I need to make a bigger
Aw.
table because technically, you know that guy who can't find his hawk?
Yeah.
He's here now.
You cross paths with him on the road again. No.
Oh my
Um,
sweet mother of God! Are you serious?
Yeah, technically, if I go by the table, I just rolled
Do
on.
it.
Yeah, you
Do it.
cross paths with him again, and he has still not successfully found his hawk. Well, no,
Well,
actually, let's
if
give
this
him
is-
let's give him a chance.
If this is the third
He
time,
has found his hawk.
okay. I was about to say,
Yay.
if this is the third time,
That hawk
Finnegan's
is
gonna Finnegan is gonna actively seek out the hawk by himself. This bro has
Yeah,
issues and can't keep his
after
hawk himself.
after crossing paths with him twice now and giving him a little bit of help, he has successfully found his hawk, and he spots you on the road and is just like, "Oh, it's you guys! Hey, look! I found it!
Hey,
I got lucky."
awesome.
Oh, that is amazing. See, I told you it wasn't that he didn't like you anymore, that you would find him. And I give a pointed look to
And he wasn't on
I'm
the
just
mountain.
all
was
judgy
he?
today. I'm just all judgy today.
No, it wasn't on the mountain. Wasn't on the mountain. I didn't have to go up there. We got the direction that you gave. It was tough, but I managed to track her down, and ta-da! She's fine. I don't know why she was so mad at me, but
You're telling me that hawk was the hawk you're looking for that I pointed you? Wow.
apparently, I mean,
My God.
look.
Well, I'm glad that I was able to help you. I thank God.
So you kind of like said, I mean, like you want to see her do a trick?
If it
Yeah.
involves it flying away from you at all, no. Keep it on your shoulder at all times.
Oh,
That's not-
okay. Kind of
You don't. I don't.
the strap back up on the.
I
the
don't want you losing it again for weeks.
the little perch.
okay?
It's like, oh, okay. So where are you guys heading? I was heading over to SOGA. I wanted to try to catch the end of the tournament.
Are you planning on betting while you're there?
Maybe a little. I kind of blew through funds on my little scavenger hunt here.
Put-
But
Put everything you've got on Callahan to win.
Actually, hey, here's 10 gold as an investment. You give me the 10 gold back, and you can keep the interest next time we see each other in the future. And if not, it's a wise investment. Here's 10 golds. Put it on Callahan.
oh,
Trust me, you'll make the money.
Calalan.
I'm assuming that they'll know who that is when I get there.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
He's a giant elf.
Oh, that seems a bit odd.
No,
That's
not
why-
odd at all. He is a perfectly normal elf that is just
That's-
doing great things.
Easy money betting. I'm telling you right now, you can't go wrong. Trust me. I know fights, and he's never gonna lose.
Lucy's just raising her eyebrow at this point, like.
So you've engaged in an insider betting ring.
Yes.
This is like the, oh, I wish I could have remembered the 1919 White Sox? All over again. Shaving points, throwing fights.
2020 insider trading.
I probably got that year wrong, but that's anyway.
That's okay.
So he takes the 10 gold from you, and he's like, "Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know if we're gonna see. Like, am I gonna find you?"
No, I mean, if we run into each other into each other across our paths again, I feel like it's just fate. If not, it's just a wise investment into you.
I mean, yeah, it has kind of been a couple of times now. It does seem a little.
This is the third time in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Big island.
Hmm. Yeah, but I mean, I was searching all in the same general kind of area, so.
It's true. It's true. Who knows? We also might be coming back this way in general. So who knows?
Someday.
Hmm.
A few friends.
I mean, kind of like, okay, well, I'm gonna. You sure you don't want to come? I mean, you seem to know all about it.
We were just there. We got other things to do in other places.
I'm gonna pull out my bag of coins and show him the bag full of 1,000 coins. See, I'm telling you, bet on Cal. Can't miss. Zip it back up.
You motherfucker.
So, persuasion check at advantage.
Oh, sure.
I mean,
No,
the
just
only
kidding.
reason I'm not stopping this is because I don't see the harm in it. So
Exactly. There's no harm in it, and
Yeah.
maybe
I'm
this
not-
guy will
I'm not
talk,
looking-
and everybody will start betting on Calalan, and
like-
it'll ruin his fun.
I'm not making a profit from this if we ever run it. I expect to only get my 10 gold back. That's it. I'm not expecting anything else. So it's not shady for me.
Yeah, and I figure inadvertently I'm kind of fucking over the headmistress and Calalan, and by giving some insider trading, and at the same time, if this dude's busy betting on matches and making lots of money, we're not gonna have to look for his fucking hawk again.
It's true. Keep him busy gambling.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Just don't take your coins in the market district.
True. There are people that like to snatch the coins.
Ah. Mm. Yeah, a lot of the big cities are like that. I don't usually stay in the little towns. This is kind of a bit of a splurge for me, I guess.
Well, enjoy yourself.
Lots to see there.
You too. You too.
Mm-hmm.
I know. Kind of mosey on his way. While I make a bigger encounter table for next time.
Now, do you think his hawk's gonna leave him again?
Probably.
There's always a chance. There's always a chance.
I mean, I think the bird likes him and he likes the bird. I just don't think he's the best bird trainer.
Mm. Yeah.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
Best of luck
Yeah.
to him though. Woo.
Yeah, there's actually a whole separate line item on here for you. You see a hawk that seems like it's got a tether on it that looks like it would be trained, but there's no one around. But you never rolled that one.
Instead, we rolled him 3 times.
Yeah. So that's how that goes sometimes. It's just the luck of the draw. So you mosey on down the road here. You spend the day traveling. You eventually reach that major intersection. You hang a right following the map that you've got. You're like, okay, it should be a turnoff around here somewhere. And it eventually leads you to the village of Animus, which is Animus.
Animus.
Nice and easy. Animus. It is an artist's enclave where there's you as you come work your way into the village, you see painters and things dotted about painting the landscape over and over again. They're all working on, oils, paintings, and acrylics, and this one's doing charcoal sketches, and this one, like, they're all working in different mediums and things, and there's some sculptors chiseling
Lots of
and
charcoal.
just by happenstance. But this is like it's very clearly an artist enclave. They're all working in different mediums and things like that, but they're very clearly all skilled in various basic, like your traditional art forms.
Noise.
I need some slam poetry now.
Some slam poetry.
Okay, so
Alright.
you work your way into this town. It's on the smaller side, so there's a small inn with a tavern on the ground floor kind of a deal, and a couple of shops and things, but it's mostly just sort of a ghetto. It is one of your first major getaways for the inspired and the creatives and things. This is where they come to sort of find their muse, so to speak. And the different towns all have their different specialties and things depending on what you're trying to hone your talents in. They have master artisans in different places and all that kind of stuff.
Okay. As soon as I see what type of town this is, I'm not even gonna bother looking for my specialized magical thing.
You don't want to talk. You don't want to talk to the other hippies.
No, I think Czar will probably wait till we get the Fantalusia. That would probably be his best bet to find shady magic users.
Yeah, I'd put my money on that one too. Especially the tower, the place with tower. Yeah.
Forge art might work too, since it's a magical item that you're looking for, and they have a lot of craftsmen and things. But you just have to see what happens as you get there.
If we get there safely.
Yeah. So you're in this little bit of a village. You're gonna spend the day. You're gonna ask some questions. You're gonna pass on through. What are you looking to do?
Looking for charcoal.
Okay. They can point you to like arts and crafts store. Essentially, it's a little shop, and they have all the standard basic painters kits, calligraphers kits, things of that sort, and they can scrounge up some charcoal for you.
Cool.
I would just try and find somebody that I could get some information about the town on the other side of the lake, since we're heading there next.
Yeah. So they direct you to the bridge that connects the two towns. It passes over that lake there, right here in the middle of it.
Okay.
The invisible bridge.
Well, it's not drawn on the map, but there is a bridge there. It runs across the length of the lake, and
roads.
it kind of cuts the journey down substantially. They connected the two towns a long time ago. And I tell you, oh, that's our sister city. That's Centura, and they're with a C.
Like century.
Yeah,
With an A.
nailed it. And they're well, they're a little weird over there. They don't so much create like we do. They document. They're
I'm sorry. What?
Oh god.
That perks up my ears.
yeah, they do a lot of they've got some like museums and kind of things, and some art like biographers and the kind of people who jot down the stories of others. They don't so much create as they just sort of like, today so and so did such and such, and that's like it suits them fine. We're not really. You can tell that there's a bit of snootiness that, like, we actually go out and make stuff, and they just write down shit that happened today, and like it's very boring,
Thank you.
uninspired.
Is there a good place to stay in this town? We've been traveling all day, and it's getting late.
Well, we do have a local inn that you can stay at, which I don't have a name for.
Oh, it's not the Eliason.
It's not the creepy clone people.
Oh, no, we're a little too small for one of those. They haven't franchised to to Animus yet. They have one over in Centura though. If you'd prefer to stay there, it's still even with the bridge, it'll take you just a couple hours to get there. But yeah,
What do you
if that's
think-
what
what
you're
do you
looking
think,
for. They
guys?
can put you up there.
Fun place to sleep.
How late is it?
So for that journey that you're after spending a little bit of time with Hawkman, making your journey up to there into town, finding somebody, making some chit chat, you're looking at probably like an early supper. So you could push over to Centura and it would be like maybe 9-10 o'clock at night when you get there. And so you could basically get into the inn, grab some rooms, and crash out.
I think we could push our
That
way there
sounds
tonight.
doable.
Yeah.
Let's see if Shelly gets her charcoal first, though,
Yeah.
Sold.
so
Out.
she can summon her familiar after we get to the inn.
I buy 400 gold worth of charcoal.
If they've got enough, I will take
A town of artists with no charcoal.
And as I mentioned, it takes 6 to 8 hours to make charcoal in the ground.
That's where how hot you
For
get the
future
fire.
reference.
Never
The great
stay
thing is, it's
married.
all gonna be colored charcoal, so like,
Oh God,
It's gonna be like-
no. Does that change the color of
that would be awesome.
familiar?
That'd be pretty cool.
I mean, she's a parrot, so she's already pretty colorful.
That's
But
true.
I
But
would
it-
totally be down
But
with that.
but it changes based on the color of chalk.
I would totally be down for
Or
that.
base colors, whatever the chalk is.
I literally went through and put all of the familiar types that I can with all their names, so I'm already ready.
Oh.
Not sure what I'm gonna go with. If I'm just gonna get Meryl out or
Okay, so there, if you don't have a pickiness about color, they can scrounge up 80 gold worth of charcoal for you. They have a pretty steady supply, but they do need to make sure that they have it on hand for their other customers as well.
I guess.
You don't need 500 pounds of it.
Well, it takes 10 gold per casting, so I just kind of like to be ready.
Right, but you might want to experiment with it some. So having 500 pounds of charcoal, will give you plenty to work
Yeah,
with.
Plenty to work
easily. And if anyone needs like 10 pounds worth, it's no big deal.
Exactly.
Only 500 pounds worth. That's all we need.
Yeah. To be fair though, your charcoal pile would be a much bigger pile than his gold or his iron pile. So
Yeah.
yours would be more
I
difficult
mean,
to
it's
carry.
not 80 pounds. It's just 80 gold pieces.
Gold
worth.
pieces
So
worth.
maybe because
We're
this is
no, we're
artistic
referring
charcoal.
no, we're referring to
Everything's in pounds.
We're talking about
Yes.
we're not worried about price. That's not a problem.
That's not
got
how
a-
it would work.
We got 1,000 gold. That's not a problem.
So they roll out like a wagon that just has a giant like 10-foot cube of charcoal, and they're like, "You wanted 500 pounds, right?" No.
Yes.
I assume since this is artistic charcoal that it's like just
Higher
really
quality.
good quality,
Mhm.
and not a lot of it, just quality.
Yeah, it's art. It's art. But it's artisan quality charcoal. It's the kind that they use for their drawing and
Cool.
sketches and
That
things like
means I
that.
need
It's
less.
not cheapy stuff. Yeah, how fast are you gonna burn through it though? Or spending all that gold?
Hey, depends on how much the DM charges me for the magical shit I'm looking for.
Back to sleeping on the street. It hasn't even been 24 hours yet.
All right, we're going to Ford
Lucy
Chart. I
would
can
rent
make some
him a
money there.
room. Lucy would have him like sleep in a room.
Well,
or
if it's in the
something.
Elias Inn, he may want to sleep on the street because he finds that place creepy.
Yeah. So
Alright,
you press over to the Eliason Inn in Centura, and you quickly kind of get the vibe, like it's nighttime, so most of the town has gone to bed and called it a night. But you can see a few people still dotted about, and most of them have their noses in books. They're either taking notes or they're reading notes or they're.
All right, this is my hometown.
Yeah.
Finnegan never leaves here for the rest of the campaign.
You guys go on ahead. I'll catch up.
I got some archiving to do.
And
Yeah.
the moment he does that, we're gonna find a pillar and get in a battle and lose another pillar because he's not there.
Because he's not there.
Sounds like you guys just aren't strong enough.
This is a town that'll keep Finnegan and Kinley busy for a while.
It's almost like it's designed for 5 people or something. What would the odds of that be then?
Yeah, I mean, a town full of museums. I find no interest of this at all.
So you make your way into the Eliason, and this familiar Annabelle. I'm not sure what this one goes by until you introduce yourself to her. But you see the same human, same half elf, same furball walking around downstairs, getting luggage moved around and tidying up from the dinner and the evening of people in the dining area. And she checks you in uneventfully, unless you want to engage with her in some significant way, and puts you up in rooms for the night, and you get some sleep.
Yay.
Zara
All right.
would not engage with those creepy people.
Just because they're clones doesn't mean they're not people, okay? Like, don't
I said creepy people.
don't be clonist.
They have shared feelings too, you know.
Look, I'm a Star Wars fan. I have a very hard opinion about clones and their trustfulness.
Alright, all I'm saying is sometimes you just need an army of clones, okay?
Do it.
Order 66.
You laugh, but one day
Uh,
it's gonna be a mutiny, and all the Eliasons are gonna turn into giant robots or something crazy.
Can they?
Maybe, you don't know.
It's like, are we talking like Power Rangers? Like they all connect and create this big Megazord?
Yeah,
All of
you
the
never
100.
you never bother to go down in the basement. You don't know what their arcane craziness they're working up down there.
Like building the. Oh, this could be awesome. This could be awesome when they're like the dome is holding this giant Megazord inside, fighting demons.
Yeah, that's gonna be canon now. Just have to figure out what the stat block looks like for a giant mech built out of hotels.
I thought they were down there. I thought it was just some shady wizard summoning their familiars. You know, like you got a guy down there summoning Rue Dragon Ball and just like all kinds of things. That would be an amazing dragon, by the way. I'm taking notes on this myself.
Okay.
I learned some interesting things about dragons though today, on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
oh.
Yeah. The difference between true dragons and not true dragons. Like a turtle dragon is not a true dragon.
It's a turtle.
No, it's technically still a dragon. It's just not a true dragon.
Kind of like a pseudo dragon.
You talking about the difference between if they have their forearms are also their wings, or if they have 4 legs plus the wings?
It's the
Oh,
fact.
you're
It's the
talking
fact
about
that
wyverns.
true dragons will always get stronger the older they get, but turtle dragons actually reach a plateau. Their body will still continually grow and get bigger, so you can have like a ungodly sized turtle dragon, and it does ridiculous amounts of damage. But its intelligence, its wisdom, and its strength will not grow past a certain point. It's actually born. Its wisdom will always remain the same from when it's born. Fun fact.
Hey,
And
boy,
now you know.
the more you know.
Your turtle dragons, everyone.
I
Come
like
by
turtle
next
dragons. Turtle dragons are cool.
Come by
Yes.
next time, and we'll have more information on not real dragons. True dragons. My bad. The word true dragons is what matters.
So yeah, sleeping.
All right, new day. Let's go.
Mhm.
Let's Let's
Yep.
see what this town has to offer. Finnegan. Woo!
rise and shine, wake up the next morning. Everyone's got a nice long rest. You grab some breakfast downstairs. Okay, just general history. Gotcha. And then you move out into the town in the light of day, and now you definitely understand what the guy in the other town was talking about, because everyone's reading. Like, there's people got like 2 books stacked up in front of them with their morning coffee, and they're all leafing through stuff. It's definitely like a scholarly town. Just from strolling around, there's stores. You pick up a lot of like fine paper stores, the kind that deal in like the wax seals and calligraphers and all that kind of. Those shops dot the street. It's very much catering to that audience of people who scribe and document. And
I want to ask
Research?
around if I can find like the oldest archive in the entire town. Like,
Yeah.
has the oldest documents. We're talking like goes back the furthest possible.
And I would like to check that with the whether or not that place would also be the largest museum with displays of objects and things.
Yes, I would definitely be hitting up any of the libraries in town.
okay, so they
Lucy's gonna stand there on the side of the street just watching.
No, she'd probably just like wander around, look. She's not the reading type at all.
She's a flirting type. I knew it.
Oh, fuck off, no.
So you
Knock it off.
ask around a little bit. Most people are kind of looking at you like, well, yeah, you go to the main archive. That's the archive. Like, where else
Fantastic.
would you go? Like, what do you? They're
Give
they're
me a direction. Thank you. You have yourself a wonderful day. Enjoy that book you're reading. Just finna just trots off.
mhm.
Same thing for the museum.
The archive is basically, yeah, like it's first and foremost a records library, right? It's skewed much more towards a historical record, but they do also have a museum wing that displays specific
Artifacts.
that they've collected. Yeah, it's not their explicit focus, but they do have a somewhat of a collection of antiquities and antiques and different things from different eras that they've amassed along the way. A lot of them pertain to famous citizens of the town, scribes and the biographers who are well known for putting themselves in harm's way, documenting the heroics of others. You know, they were the ones who were there to write down when so and so slayed that dragon and how that fight went, and they put themselves to the hazard to do it. That kind of a thing. It's sort of like a Hall of Fame of record keepers, sort of a deal.
Did you say keepers?
Record keepers.
So you said keepers.
Keep making remarks like that, you're gonna get stuck sitting out on the front porch because they're not gonna let you in.
It's okay. Okay.
Just drop a house on him.
Yeah, that's
No, mountain. A giant ice mountain.
yeah. You cast Ice Mountain. You roll a natural 1. It lands directly on top of you because you miscast it. Have fun with that.
Boy, boy, howdy, would that not be a way to end the campaign? I'd kill my entire party with an ice mountain.
A miscast Ice Mountain. That would be fantastic. So, Kinley as well. Like, they direct you more politely than they did the other two to the central archive. Would be the best place to go if you're looking for anything pertaining to the history of this island that we've collected. That's where you're gonna want to go. Like, there's a few other specialty bookshops and things that have specific subject matter that they cater to, but they're for purchase and collection, whereas the archive is more of like a lending library.
I will thank them and appreciate their directions and make my way to the library.
when they're mentioning the other niche type books, which would be the best place to find stories or records that were pre-Empire? In one of the niche bookshops or in the archives?
Pre-Empire's gonna be pretty tough to come by. They're generally kept in the restricted section of the archive. They don't
So
really.
it's in the archive. Got you.
I love how we just take snippets and we're like, off we go.
It's all the information I need to know. Have an all-access pass.
Do you though? Do you really?
Well,
Not necessarily.
we can try.
You can try. So yeah, so that's what you get out of that since you cut them off, and we're like, okay, great, thanks, bye.
Meanwhile, Kenley's just going, please tell me more.
Yeah.
If yeah, technically. Kinley, if you want to make a persuasion check.
Okie dokie. Do I get any kind of advantage for my thing?
Not on this. It's more of just
Okay.
a social interaction.
She's not the most charismatic, so. But I rolled decently at least.
Damn.
Yeah.
Doing a
So
good job.
so Czar drops his pre-Empire question, and they mention the restricted section of the archive, and he's like, "Okay, great, bye." Boom, boom, and you kind of realize that they were still in the middle of a sentence, and you're like, "Please ignore him."
Yeah.
And
I'm like,
Hey.
just forget about him.
they do mention that there is a shop that deals in some of that, but it's very exclusive clientele, very high-end expense. You might not get in the front door necessarily without somebody to introduce you, but supposedly there's a shop that does
Well-
kind of trade in that sort of stuff.
Do you have anybody you know that might be willing to introduce me?
I do not. No, it's more of a, so third-hand information but supposedly there is this shop that does deal in that kind of stuff. It's kind of frowned upon. Pre-Empire history is sort of been scrubbed a bit. It's a little sanitized. So real records from that era are traded quietly.
Look, real records are what I'm looking for. I would rather know what happened in the past than, the lies that cover it up.
Mm. Where are you from exactly? It feels like you might be from here.
I'm around, and I'm actually was born in Marselheim, but, now I'm here, so.
Mm. Fair enough. Well, I wish you well. I'm afraid I couldn't have been more help for you, but
Well, if you happen to know anybody who may be able to point me in the right direction, please, you let me know if we see each other again.
okay. And so then you're moving on.
Yep.
It's 9:00, so we'll go ahead and take our little 10-minute break that we normally do,
Break time!
and then we'll resume with, I'm assuming, walking up the front steps of the archive with the intention of ripping the place apart, looking for information.
Yep. Ripping that place apart, eventually trying to find a way into that bookshop.
Mhm.
I'm not planning on ripping anything apart because bad things happened the last time I did that in a historical archive type
Ripping
place.
apart in a figurative sense.
It's true. Also, ripping apart someone's disguise is also a bad idea.
Just for future. Keep that in mind.
Disguise? What disguise? Alright.
Alright, so we will be back in 10 minutes. See you all shortly.
Be back.
archive. That's what we're talking
We
about.
are back. Welcome, everybody.
Czar uses his ring of disguise to look like a very scholarly guy.
Look like a scholar.
Okay.
Very wise and like
I pull up my
prominent
library pass.
scholar.
Shelly sees it and will use disguise self to also look very posh and fancy with like a stock
Oh my god.
and
And I have a monocle
falconer's
too,
glove
yes.
and a hawk. A purple hawk with a pink stripe. Okay.
I have a library card from the library I worked at. Does that count?
Not really.
I have me and my notoriety. I'm going in.
I'm a princess. Bow.
Yes, and I also have Kinley's notoriety since I'm with her, so yes.
Okay.
They're gonna over to Zara. Who the hell are you? Why do you keep following me around?
Will appear as a very androgynous elf with long blonde hair and a ponytail.
Why am I following you around? Because I am Supreme Grandmaster.
Really? Then I spout out some ancient knowledge, and your brain just freezes up.
Okay. So, Zarg, roll a performance check for me for your super scholarly appearance.
Scholarly scholar. The scholarly scholar.
With a monocle.
With a monocle. I just wanna.
That's an 18. That's a good roll.
So that's fine.
I
And then
misunderstood. Just went for rich. So
I just went for rich.
so Shelly, you cast disguise self as well.
yeah.
And as the appearance shimmers over you, you feel like a bit of like a surge of arcane energy to some extent. It feels like the spell is souped up more than it usually is. Like it might
Wild
last
magic.
longer or be more convincing. You're not really sure what it like. You can't put your finger on what it is at the moment, but it feels like your disguised self is like souped up for some reason.
Cool.
No more cheap. Get smart. Get disguises for you.
Now, do you have a good name for yourself? For your posh self?
No.
Gotta work on that.
You gotta have a rich name. You gotta have a rich name.
Just call me Crest. Yeah, that'll work.
Crest. I like it. That'll do fine for
It's like Prince. I got one
Well,
name.
The thing is that
Hey.
they really kind of balked and had no clue what to say, so they just picked the name that they go by at home.
There you go.
Nobody out in the world calls me this, but I'll let you.
So, you work your way up the stairs of the archive, and you see it's a large marble building. Very, it's not ornate. It's very sort of sterile, and the architecture looks very, just sort of like clean, sharp edges and lines and everywhere like that. It's
Modernist.
prim and proper. Yeah, it's not fancy. Like you would have, considering the town across the bridge being as artsy as it was, and the reputation of the Valley of Inspiration, you were expecting something much more sort of ornate and elaborate, and it's very functional first, kind of an architecture.
I'm in love with it.
Functional is good.
Mm-hmm. So you work your way in through the front door, and you enter into a large sort of rotunda area. There's a desk with a couple of people attending to it who are sort of checking IDs and making sure people aren't leaving with books that they're not supposed to and doing all that kind of work. So you stroll up to the desk and
Greetings.
good morning. And you are?
She goes through the big introduction, you know. Kidney Reese Bellafiore. Bellafiore. I am here to check out some of the knowledge you have in this very nice functional library you have.
When they start flipping through their rolls, like their roster of people, basically their library cards, are sort of flipping through their Rolodex, and they're not turning up your name, but they're you get like the person at the desk checking out books, like one of the visitors essentially sort of stops you and says, "Oh, are you the researcher, Bellafiore?"
I am.
And sort of, I'm familiar with their work. You should give them a card. And they kind of give like a nod, and they're willing to sort of give you like a provisionary library card and let you in until they've verified who you are with somebody upstairs.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, and this lot's all with you then? Are they research assistants of some kind, or
Yes.
that one looks a little old for a fellowship?
He's got it to it late in life. But yeah, they kind of help me look around for things I might need. This short guy over here, he's actually one of my research pals. He hasn't had a chance to really look around much while being on this island, so we figured this was a nice place to stop for him to check out some of the wonderful books you have here as well.
Yes.
Thinking at your service, I actually am a fellow librarian of a different region. I just came to peruse your fine establishment. Thought, why not learn from the ones here that possibly I could use to make ours better, just the same as this great place is. And I give them like, think of like almost a business card, but it actually like laminated and actually has like a photo ID of me. It's like this a stupid grin, like.
Because of course it does.
Well, it's a library, of course. It's the best place in the world.
Okay, so
It's like Disneyland for me.
they recognize to both of you. They're willing to let everyone else come in as sort of research assistants and things, so they don't have checkout privileges of their own unless they want to fill out an application for a card. But you can at least peruse the normal stacks as of now.
Understood. We appreciate it. And
Thank you.
whenever you verify whatever, I would definitely appreciate looking at some of the more rare and some of the things I may not have been able to see in my travels. I'm always looking for more books on some of the ancient histories and things in the past and cultures.
Yes.
Okay, so you guys work your way into the sort of like normal section of the records that they're keeping, and you're seeing it's organized chronologically. It's not like Dewey Decimal System where it's separated by subject or anything like that. It's the further down you go, the older in history it gets.
All right.
And it just you kind of look down the hall and it just goes.
Well, I start all the way at the oldest, and then we'll start working my way back to the latest.
Okay. So strolling on down, boop, 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 as you get as deep into the records as you can get, and then you start trying to look. Are you looking for specific topics? Are you looking for specific people? Are you looking for
any history about the islands? Anything that might reference, pre-empire topics, even as like myth.
Local history.
Yeah, local histories of each location, histories of well-known people that have influenced areas around here. books on the geopolitical situations of the area around and how it's changed and evolved.
Hmm.
Stuff like that.
Okay. Go ahead. Uh, Kinley and Finnegan can make investigation checks with advantage because of your background features that you've got. And then anyone else who wants to do independent research can make investigation checks as well. And if you're looking for specific topics or specific people or whatever, you just need to let me know so I can correspond all of that accordingly.
After I help him, I have my own perusing I want to do separately.
Okay.
Thing Crestwell will be looking for things such as the Divine Six and places of power, like elemental nodes and ley lines.
Mine is
Points of interest.
Oh,
It's right here.
What?
This book right here.
My area
Yes.
of interest will stick with, since we're here in this town looking for a pillar, mine would stick with local legends, local history, ancient points of interest type thing.
Okay. So, Kinley, you do the best of the lot on this so far. You're still in the normal section, right? So
Yep.
there's limits to how far back you can go, and the information is a bit sterilized. It's the record's a little bit cleaned up. You're not getting all the nitty gritty, but you are able to find records from sort of the very end of the war, where the wall fell at Victoria and the resolution of the battle, those last couple of battles, and how the kingdoms eventually surrendered, and that kind of information. It was a very violent end. The kingdoms didn't go down without a fight. They went down swinging. Even after the wall fell, there was a lot of bloodshed, a lot of violence. You specifically note that the Grand Masters, while in this particular book are noted in high regard, the events as described, if you start reading between the lines, are a lot more war crime-ish than you might have first expected. The record in Marcelheim paint it as a very, noble warrior, heroic, blah 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 kind of, puts him on a pedestal.
Yeah.
But the record here in Redan is a little bit more transparent in terms of, like they were freaking brutal. And as much as there's like the Empire after a few hundred years, it's sort of, there's still a bit of that animosity.
Yeah.
In like, you can, as you start moving forward through the decades, you can still see there's hints of tension and animosity in the record as people are documenting events from their own perspectives, and bits slip through in the footnotes and things that haven't been sterilized out of the record.
All right. Are there any names that stick out that have held particular vehemency that may still be relevant today?
None in particular. It's mostly just the first generation of Grandmasters in
Okay.
general. You see them noted in different times and places and things, and then you do eventually find the record of the one that founded SOGA, and the fact that she basically just took over a huge swath of land in the Valley of Inspiration and said, "Guess what? I'm starting a school. Deal with it."
Yeah.
They didn't really get a lot of say in the matter. A lot of the more creative, more peace-loving members of the kingdom were not thrilled with the founding of a gladiatorial school in their little kingdom. It was
Okay.
originally the School of Deadly Arts. They renamed it somewhere along the historical to try to make it a little friendlier.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of that in here as
Yeah.
you're going through individual people's biographical accounts of
Okay.
what happened and stuff. So
Right. I mean, Kinley's not naive. She knows, there's nothing really honorable in war, so it's a lot of the stuff doesn't really surprise her, but it's still disturbing to her.
So yeah, so as you're going through this, Finnegan, you're picking up some of that as well, especially that the bits about SOGA and how it wasn't necessarily a happy-go-lucky real estate sale. It was a little more arm twisted. And then Czar, what was it that you were looking for? Record-wise?
Basically all local history, like around this area of the town that we're in. And maybe ancient points of interest or points of interest or discussion, since we are looking for a pillar here. So things that would facilitate maybe a lead in that direction.
Okay. So, you're not really getting anything in regards to a pillar. You do get some local history about the founding of the archive and the first scribes who took it upon themselves to start kind of trying to keep these records and compile these records from different people's. The earliest records were literally just people's journals and diaries that were donated to the archive, and they've sort of compiled them and cleaned them up and turned them into something vaguely resembling a historical record. And they sort of detail that process and how you find some information on how they determine what's of historical value and what they chuck. And it, like, with the experience that you have of being in libraries and stuff like that, it seems pretty standard in terms of how they weigh the historical merit of different people's contributions and what gets shelved and what gets put in the basement and what gets thrown in the dumpster and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
And then, Shelly, you do not have a lot of luck.
Shelly winds up going through a wiki hole and just gets distracted reading about all of the diet of people from 100 years ago and how they eat the same things we do, amazingly enough. And
Yeah.
it's just enthralled by it.
They eat lettuce too, guys.
Yeah, you pull a book off the shelf that you, from the title, you assume it's about ley lines, and then you start reading through it and you realize that it's more about ley lines. It's sort of a Redan's version of the Kama Sutra kind of a book, and you're like, oh, that's not what I need. Back on the shelf that goes. And like, oop, that is not the right subject.
That is not
Are there
what
pictures? Are there pictures?
It was an illustrated guide to ley lines. So you get like a couple pages in and you just go, that's not the right subject matter. Closed, back on the shelf. So it's an unfortunate time burned wandering through the stacks and kind of flipping through different titles trying to find something of value.
Kinley, there doesn't appear to be much of use out in this part of the library. Perhaps we should pursue going into the archives.
Well, as soon as we hear back from them and confirm who I am, I'm sure we'll be able to access the archives.
Well, this is your forte, so I'll refrain from breaking anyone's bodily parts for access.
If you want to fish for any knowledge from other people, if you could find out who can get us access to the private collections.
Oh, there's a private collections?
Most of the pre-Empire stuff is in the hands of private collectors.
I see. Do you know where this private collection may be located?
Did I get the name of the shop or where it's at, or did it at all?
Yes, they would have given you the name of that shop. Let me pull it up real quick. Because I know I wrote it down. Where did I put it? I know I had it somewhere. It's in a different page. It is. Oh, that's not.
Make up a new name and delete the old one.
I will. That's what I'm gonna have to do. Because it got buried into a page somewhere. I lost it in a Word document. So it is. Where did it go? I lost it. There it is. It is the Bound Memory.
The Bound Memory.
Yeah.
Good name.
All right.
Good name.
Very
That-
well. I shall go and seek out this place for you.
Yes.
Should you gain access to the archives, perhaps you could have Shelley send Tony to find me and let me know to come back. There is information I wish to look at as well.
All right. I said if you find out more about the shop, who can get us access to it, or if you can somehow get access to it.
I will do what I can.
That will be most likely where we will find our trove of real knowledge.
Yes. And I'll just sort of creepily wander off. Quite enjoying playing a very posh, stuck-up, scholarly type person.
If we're just gonna be waiting around for them to check on your credentials,
Yeah, I mean, we're still reading more books, and searching out more things while we wait. So,
I will be perusing something else then.
yes. Like I said I'm looking for more, more local histories, more stuff on the current, even the old and the current relationships between the kingdoms with each other on the island currently. I'm sure they have lots of political books.
I will be looking for actually information in the realms of Arctic magic.
Don't you have enough already?
Well, it's more of like I'm wanting more of an understanding. Since
You start focusing now towards earth magic now.
Yeah.
oh, and eventually I will have air, earth, fire.
Fire, yes,
and
you will be the avatar.
I will be the avatar. Finnegan the avatar. No, I don't want to be master of none. But I definitely want to peruse ancient legendary monsters in that realm of magic and great wizards and how they came about, what they did, their history, and then possibly even just the elemental range, so ice elementals or stuff like that. Their biomes, how cold it gets. We're talking the deep facts. Since all I really know about in life is celestial and abyssal, I don't have a whole lot of basis to go off of, except for personal experience. So.
Okay, I getcha. So, you can go ahead and make another investigation check at advantage.
Investigation checks all around.
You make investigation check. And you make an investigation.
Oof, not so good. So you spend some time kind of perusing through. You're realizing that this is the archive is built off of biographical record. It's tough to find a specific subject like that. It's not cataloged in a way that you can reference a specific biome, or you can't just go into the animals section to look up creatures, that kind of stuff. You have to go and find people who went on Arctic expeditions and then read their record to read about the creatures. So it takes a lot more time than you were hoping it would. You could eventually find a couple of titles that can kind of clue you in a little bit here and there. You'd sort of pull out some information they're referencing, wolf habitats, dire wolves, and how they differ from regular wolves and winter wolves, and you get in some of that information and some fundamentals about ice elementals in just kind of broad strokes, a few encounters here and there that people have had with them in high altitudes or in deep Arctic climates, that kind of thing. But you don't get a ton of information like you were kind of hoping to dig out.
Out of character, I'm not looking for inspiration whatsoever. It's his hobby now is just knowledge.
Learning stuff. Gotcha. So around lunchtime, they do check back in with you, Kinley, to let
Okay.
you know that they've verified your credentials both as a researcher and as a keeper. Um,
I
they're
appreciate it.
prepared to extend the courtesy of allowing you into the restricted section.
All right. And I will be taking them up on that offer and hitting up the restricted section.
Okay. Does anyone else want to go with?
Are they allowing anyone else to go?
As a courtesy, they'll allow other keepers
Okay.
on proof of credentials.
Well, I'm just gonna stay here.
Czar had left the library to go
Yeah.
find out about the bound
Shelley?
thing, so
Yeah, you can you definitely can help.
I just tap fitting it on the shoulder. Sorry.
You can help him on his
her.
you can help her, Miss Princess, on her archiving. I've obviously I found a couple books. It's taking me a lot longer to do what I want. I'm gonna do the Finnegan thing and just worry about myself. You guys go on ahead. I didn't want any information of the old past. Don't you guys worry.
I'll send Tony to go see if she can find Czar, but be like, if you don't, that's fine. And Finn Crestwell is at your service. Go read some stuff, but as we go in, I'm also going to be casting Detect Magic just to see if anything like pops up while we're going through.
Okay.
You've been an illusion this whole time.
As you pass through the threshold into the restricted section, you do pick up some adjuration magic.
To be expected.
Yeah, it's sort of an assumption that it's just protecting the records, but you're not sure of the specifics of the wards and protections.
But there's
pick
no
up
like,
abjuration.
books that pop up or anything like that.
No, this is just strict record keeping.
Is there no dimensional door filing cabinets here?
Dimensional floor filing cabinets.
No,
not
okay.
not that you're currently seeing. No.
Okay, just want to make sure we didn't have like it's a trending thing here.
Card catalogs that go on forever.
That go on
Pull it out. And...
Ride it across the room.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're up in the restricted section now. They do politely remind you that nothing is allowed to leave the restricted section, and they kind of point above them to the lintel where you see a bunch of like arcane symbols and things, and you're like, okay, yeah, that's like a
Understood.
farm.
Understood. I'm a fast reader.
So they will let you loose in the restricted section.
All right. So again, I start focusing on trying to find anything pre-Empire, early Empire, related to the topics I was looking for. And since I rolled earlier, I didn't need to just use that one, the 21 and 15. So
What, you didn't want to roll to help me with my elemental searching? Rude.
you didn't tell me what you were searching for, so
No, I definitely did not.
So you poke around in the restricted section. You do start to find records that predate the true birth of the Empire, the fall of the island, and the ending of the war. And a lot of it is wartime material because that's the most, stuff that managed to make it out the other side for the most part. But you do start to dig deep and like, what kind of topics are you looking for specifically?
Anything about the Six, anything about the previous cultures and religions here, anything about the pre-Empire myths, any important locations that were pre-Empire that may not be the same today.
Okay, I gotcha. So you do manage to find a couple of records here and there in that vein. Some disgruntled people when it comes to the decree of a unified religion, the fact that they were dismantling temples, destroying shrines. There's a lot of animosity in some of these records towards the Empire for that action, and they don't understand why the Emperor would make a judgment call like that. He was all about unity, and all of a sudden he's gonna trample on our history to replace it with his own and all that fun stuff. So there's a lot of that in there. You do see mention of a few different temples and things that were scattered about the island. It's not, they don't have any sort of like maps or anything like that you're finding, but you're using the description of the places and the general locations and sort of the way they're referred to. You do pick up that it looks like at least a couple of the pinholes that you've got vaguely match up with what you would expect from the descriptions. You're like, okay, this could maybe be this place, possibly. This one could be this one, maybe.
Right.
You're getting some of that out of it, but it's not concrete. Like, for all you know, the pinhole was their best guess of where these places were, because after they read the same thing you're reading.
Yeah.
It's sort of that kind of a vibe. It's like, this seems like it could vaguely match the descriptions that I'm reading. But
So even if it's not 100% accurate, it may be in the area somewhere.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Shelly, are you also looking? Are you helping? Are you...
Yeah, although the topics are generally the same, Shelly always prefers to look at like old tales and things like that, and then the places of power, etc., which I assume is all the same stuff that he just listed. So.
Yeah, for the most part, or at least similar stuff. You can roll an investigation check for it and see if you turn up anything independent of what he does, or what Kinley does.
You get a power ballad.
So, Kinley's digging deep and cross-referencing with her maps that she's got, and trying to line up these pinholes and kind of going, like, okay, this could be this temple, and that might be a temple, and this could have been a shrine, maybe. I don't know. It's probably not a place of power. It might be. They're making a lot of those kinds of notations on their map, just sort of scribbling it away and making notes and stuff. And you're looking for more ritual-oriented, more legend and folklore-y kind of stuff. So you're not finding as much information, but you do find a couple references to the pilgrimage that you may that they were talking about. People, I shouldn't refresh you. You should refresh yourself. But regardless, the pilgrimage that have been previously mentioned, because I already refreshed it, you find a few mentions of people describing their... Yeah, I will make sure to do that. Describing their journeys on the pilgrimage pre-Empire, and the different locations that they went to, and their kind of experiences as they moved from location to location. They don't explicitly describe what the locations are, unfortunately. They just sort of take it for granted. Like, I was on the pilgrimage and I reached the first shrine, and they just kind of do make that sort of general references. But they do explicitly mention 5 places.
Okie dokie.
5, that's one more than 4.
Pilgrimage is not in my notes anywhere, so I believe that is new. New keyword to search.
Should be in your notes. I did mention it back when you were in Rhodus.
My notes are not great.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, that was a piece of information that you already had. That's why I...
Okay.
But yeah, so you find out, you get sort of, because in Rhodus it was sort of mentioned in passing. There was a bit of disagreement. Somebody said 5, somebody said 4, and they were bickering a little bit. This explicitly confirms a pilgrimage to 5 destinations.
Okie dokie.
So it might actually be 5 pillars instead of 4.
Or 4 pillars, and the 5th one is not a pillar, but the entrance to the treasure hunt that we need to do.
The armory.
Could be.
Well, the armory is in the prison, so technically, the entrance to the prison.
Well, no, the island is the prison. Or the well,
My heart is a prison.
Well, technically, he's right. The armory is in the prison.
yeah.
Gotcha. What if the armory's at the bottom of that fucking water well? Bullshit. I mean, what?
Huh? What? Huh?
And we go through the entire campaign and never see it because Czar kicked us out of the goddamn city.
Too scared to go back.
That was frustrating. If that's the case.
I'll have to move it somewhere else for you. No, just kidding.
I don't expect you to.
No, I wouldn't. Even if it.
Even if that just so happens to be exactly what it is there, Kyle. No.
It's not how we roll in this particular campaign. We don't move things.
Yeah,
we just make you run away.
or change NPCs' reactions to what actually would happen.
You know, they're kind and kind-hearted fiends. They're generous and forgiving.
DM has a heart. Leave her alone.
I try to be kind. I try so hard. Okay, so that's kind of what you managed to glean out of that time in the restricted section. Lucy, you're kind of wandering about town, taking a look around, shopping a little bit from the looks of things. So, let's see.
Yeah, trying to occupy herself the best she can. Not exactly Laylo, just like wandering.
Mm-hmm. Oof. Okay. So, you kind of wander about town. You don't really wind up being overly productive. You don't turn up anything super useful, or you kind of take in the town and sort of you just see a lot more of the same bookworms that you saw back at the archive and stuff floating around. It's a very there's a certain type that likes to be in this town, and it's very apparent, that kind of a thing. Yeah, none of that came up too good. So you just kind of work your way wandering about the town. You kind of walk along the lake, and you see the Animus on the other side, and they're all busy. There's people on the water front painting the lake and the bridge, and there's like just arts going on that side, and then all the bookworms on this side. And it's sort of the two halves of the coin. And then what else? What were you getting up to, Zar? You were off looking for the shop, or access to the shop, or someone to help you get in the shop?
Yes.
Gateways of Sunday.
Zar would currently, in his disguised form, be wandering around some shady alleyways looking like a senile, lost old man.
Okay.
Oh,
You're
God.
going for that kind of
Definitely wouldn't be laying a trap for some unexpected, ruffian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Of all the times for that to come. So you wander down an alleyway, looking lost and senile and whatnot and so forth, trying to make yourself look like an easy mark for some sort of quote-unquote ruffian. You come upon a door. It looks like a bit of like a speakeasy door. It's got the little window slide kind of deal. There's no signage on the door, but it doesn't look like the back door to a place either. It's not like a shipping dock or something like that. Like it's an entrance to a place. It catches your attention as that sort of an establishment.
Uh-huh. Do I stake it out and see who comes in and out, or do I just go knock? I think I would kind of like kind of go sit in the side of the alleyway and kind of act like I'm dozing off a little bit. Kind of just barely peeking out of my eyes to see, if I notice any movement going in and out type of thing before just going up to the door.
Oh my fucking god. You just stumbled upon it. Weird.
So I'm kind of staking it out right now.
Okay. So you spend a little bit of time staking it out. You see. So you do notice 3 people go in. Nobody comes out, but you do see 3 people come in before Tony's landing on your shoulder.
Okay. When they're going in, do I notice them say anything or any particular types of like knocking, like secret knock or anything before going in, or do they just open the door and walk in?
Make a perception check.
Alright. Here's where I blow all my luckies, guys. You ready?
So you're gonna get all ones.
Probably.
The moment you announce you're doing lucky,
And
it goes to garbage.
lucky.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
You want to try again?
No.
Okay.
If I only have to use one lucky and I get an 18, I'm good. I'm just gonna accept that that may not be enough, but
Better than 11.
yeah.
Okay. So you are watching as, like, nonchalantly. You don't want to draw attention to yourself, so you're trying very hard to watch without watching. You see every time they knock, there's no kind of secret knock. You don't hear any passwords exchanged, but when they knock, the slide opens. You can see just like the vague sort of shape of 2 eyes looking out, and they seem to hold up something that kind of looks roughly card shaped. And there's a glance, and the slide shuts, and the door opens, and they slip in, and the door is shut again.
All right. I'll wait a few more minutes to see if anybody comes out.
Break the door.
No.
You're not
I may
breaking
end up-
limbs.
I may have to wait a while for someone to come out.
I may end up mugging somebody, but I'm not breaking down a door.
Yeah.
I'm just
Okay.
saying breaking doors is not breaking limbs. Therefore, acceptable.
So, with Tony on your shoulder, kind of like nudging you to come back to the archive, you do see someone slip out within that last couple of minutes before you give in to follow Tony back
Alright,
to the
well-
archive.
So when I see them slip out, I want to mark them up. Easy target, difficult target.
Oh, you mark them. I got you.
Yeah.
He goes over with a Sharpie and writes on them.
I was like, you're gonna try to like
I-
mark their back or something so you can find them later. Like what? Make a insight check, I guess that would be, to try to like assess their markedness.
Here comes the nat 1.
Survival skill.
Oh, it's a 4. Close enough. Lucky,
Close
one
enough.
more.
No, you should have one more after this.
I do, and I'm gonna use it now. Last look. Oh my
Jesus!
God!
What the
I
hell?
fucking hate Roll 20 on Tuesday.
What the hell?
Jesus Christ.
So you take stock of him, and it's just tough to read. Like, you've been seeing bookworms all day long, and it kind of seems like just another one. But then again, like, what are they doing in this back alley, slipping in and out of some place shady? Like, they've
I'm
got
gonna
to at least have something to them. But you really just have no idea. You're just like, they might kill, because at this point you've already had a couple of bad encounters with things where you're like, oh, this will be fine, and then it turned out that it wasn't. So you're a bit leery to just be like, I'm sure I can take him.
He's a demon.
I'm not. I'm still gonna approach the person, but I'm not gonna do it as aggressive as I may if I was gonna mug them. I'm just gonna wait a moment. hold up.
Like still in the alley, or are you gonna at least let them get back out onto the main street first?
Oh, I'll let him get out on the main street. Guys, as an old man, so it's gonna take me a minute to play getting up and getting on my feet and everything. So.
Okay, I'm just checking because that makes a difference. How he's gonna react?
Yeah.
You trying to flag him down if he's still like 2 feet away from the door, and you're like, "Hey, wait a minute!" He's gonna look at you
run back
with like, yeah. So he out on the main street. You kind of follow him out. Tony's still chilling on your shoulder, like, "What the hell are we doing?" And you go to flag him down. Hey, stop. Go for persuasion to see if he's gonna be friendly to you.
Hello, youngin. How you doing?
Here we go, another shitty roll. See?
Yep.
Jesus.
It's better than a 1.
Better than a 1, that's for sure. So he kind of hesitates for a second. Like, wait, are you talking to me? Like, what?
Yes, hello.
Do I know you? What?
You do not, but we're about to become great friends.
I don't feel like we are.
Do you like money?
I mean,
Because if you do, we're gonna become great friends.
okay, you can roll another. This one, at advantage.
Because he likes money.
Everyone likes money, especially when we're walking out of shady speakeasies. 17.
Okay, that's a little bit better. I'm
I'm listening.
not unkind towards coinage.
Look, I've traveled all of this way because I heard of a bookstore that is very exclusive, that may suit my needs, but require certain memberships or invitations to get inside. If you can help me, there's a hefty reward.
I'm sorry, the voice is killing me.
Hefty.
I love it, but it's cracking me up. It's just really throwing me off. I'm sorry. So at that, he kind of bristles a bit at that particular inquiry / request. He's just like, I'm not familiar with the bookstore that you're referring to.
Oh. That's a shame. Because I thought I might have just saw you leaving the bound memory, and, well, if that's not it, I can certainly, tell everyone I know that's a great place to go if, they're just looking to hang out. And I'm sure numerous amounts of people knocking on that door and telling them someone with your description sent them wouldn't bode badly for you at all. Well, good day, sir. Have a lovely day. And I go to start, slowly to shuffle away from this person. Too bad. It could have been a lucrative adventure for both of us.
So he doesn't come after you.
Okay.
He lets you go. Yeah, so he just kind of stares at you a little bit bewildered as you slowly shuffle off in your senile elderly disguise.
All right. And I would just sort of whisper up to Tony. Keep an eye on that one, if you can. Otherwise, we may lose them.
Tony's probably like, what the fuck are we doing here?
I'm pretty sure Tony can't do anything like that.
I don't know this.
It's
So-
she's way too far away for me to control, so I
Yeah.
don't think.
Yeah,
Well, at least Tony's
She's
seen the
just
person at least, so maybe she can find him again later.
Yeah,
Maybe.
there's a chance.
I'll make my way back to the archives.
Okay. So you work your way back there. Yeah, dropping the name of the bookstore was like a huge red flag for him. He was just like, I'm sorry, what?
Well, I already told him I was looking for the place, so the fact that I knew the name, kind of, yeah. Oh well. It's sorry, he's not the smartest person.
So you work your way back to the archive, and eventually you get there. They let you know that they're up in the restricted section.
Ah, yes.
Ask for credentials, badge flash, and then you can go up and join them.
Thank you.
You see Finnegan sitting at a table in the normal section, kind of flipping through books and just kind of lazily reading about different things.
Not really worried about him. So I'll make my way to the restricted section. Make my way in, I guess. And what have you two been up to?
Are you in the restricted? Could you get in the restricted section?
I flashed
Yeah.
my badge.
Okay.
They knew that he was with you, and
Right.
they extended the courtesy to anyone with keeper's credentials that was with you, as you had the researcher credentials to back it up.
I just lay out the stuff that I found.
Huh. That's some interesting information. I found the bound memory, I believe.
Good.
I did approach someone to try and bribe them into letting me in. However, they were not amicable.
So we need to find another way in.
Well, we can always kick down the door.
I have a feeling a place like that has some decent security.
Indeed. I asked your hawk to try and pursue this person, but he just stayed on my shoulder. Shelley.
Yeah, that's a Finn Crestwell.
Ah,
How long have we been in here?
A decent amount of time considering the time that he
Yeah.
took to.
I marked
Ah.
off 2 uses of the dice self so far, but thinking if it's gonna be more than that, I might just leave.
How long does that last for?
An hour.
We've probably been in here hours.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably.
The thing that you realized was as your first hour was coming up, you felt none of the usual like telltale signs of the spell ending like you would expect it to.
No.
There's usually like a bit of like a mage warning, like, hey, my spell's about to end. It didn't come, and it didn't. It eventually, around the 4-hour mark, you get that little tingly sense of like, hey, my disguised self is about to fall. And so you would have recast it at 4 hours to keep it up.
Cool. I mean, I probably would have panic cast it when I heard somebody coming up to tell us about the restriction section. So, but yeah. Okay, cool.
so
Yeah,
Shall
I don't think that Tony can listen unless it's me telling her to do things. I'm not sure.
I see. It's fine. It was worth a try at least.
She could talk to me now, though.
Ah.
That guy looked like a goober.
Indeed. Indeed. He was not very amicable. I mean, the thought of coin almost persuaded him, but he, at the end of the day, didn't bite.
Maybe it was the voice.
I don't know what y'all talking about.
Has anybody seen Lucy?
She's probably wandering the city, doing paladin things.
Smiting those that need to be smiting.
Yes, smiting those that...
announcing beans.
Yes, she's probably currently unmasking all devils and fiends within a 1 mile radius.
Oh, that wouldn't be a good thing, though.
Well, it's what
but
she
you-
does.
now
Likes
that-
justice and all.
Now that you're here, and Kinley doesn't need my awesome assistance at this point anymore, because we were awesome, kind of. Maybe I'll go see if I can find her, or like maybe just go take a walk around that place and like just kind of look and see if I see anything.
Yes, and you, for whatever reason, people find you more friendly than me. So perhaps you can persuade someone to get us entrance? Or your friend, and he kind of like nuzzles his shoulder because the bird's been like on his shoulder this whole time. Maybe your friend companion here can find the other one that I had found and you can approach them.
Maybe I could make Meryl little and have her go look.
Yes,
I don't
can,
know. Well,
can you
I'll-
get her off my shoulder?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. I mean, I did just bring her to be Tony, but, you know, I have a lot of options, so
Indeed.
we'll play it by ear. I have ears. I don't usually have ears.
They look very good on you, Shelley.
Thank you. Okay, I'll be back. And I'll walk out.
I'm gonna look
Okay.
for books on again, probably just in case they missed something, old religions. Though more specifically, I would look for any records of this town and again points of interest in this town. Perhaps pre-Empire. And of course anything to do with celestial runes.
Okay. Roll your investigation check for that.
Now watch, I'm calling this. I'm gonna get a nat 20 because this doesn't matter.
Sounds fair to me.
Sure.
16. Not
That's
a nat
not so
20.
bad. Not a nat 20, but it's still decent.
It's better.
So you do find some references to the fact that before the archive was here, this town wasn't a bookwormy kind of town. It was artsy like the rest of the kingdom. It kind of got absorbed by the archive over time a little bit as it went. There's a little bit of information in terms of the museum side of things, in terms of when they started making that collection and the Hall of Fame of scribes, essentially, and some of the different things that they've collected over the years for that. A few items that have been tucked away, not on display because they were tainted by exposure to dark magics and things through the process of their record keeping adventures. You know,
Uh-huh.
see, you can only document a party fighting a lich so many times before some of that magic kind of leaks into the paper. So there's a few notations of items that have been declared not fit for museum display, that are just sort of kept locked away for posterity, but not for general audience, sort of a thing.
Okay. Is there anything in this information about what may have been here before the archive?
Not really, no.
Okay.
It's mostly just it's just kind of vague references to being another artisan town, and then they decided this would be a good place to put the archive.
Huh. Kinley,
Yes.
this place used to be as artsy as the other side of the lake. And then it slowly got taken over by the archive and scribes.
Interesting.
And what else is interesting? Apparently, somewhere here they house objects of dark power.
Okay.
Well,
Magic is not.
objects that have been tainted by dark. That's not.
Objects that have been tainted by dark power.
They don't just have like a catalog of like cursed magic items.
Magic things aren't exactly my forte, but
See, right here it says Death Star.
the test star.
The Force.
What is this? Masamune.
Yes. I mean, I think that's what it says. It technically translates to Battle Moon, but... But yeah. Yes, apparently some objects got tainted with dark magic in the pursuits of... chronicling them.
Huh.
Something about a lich.
Well, that's never good.
Perhaps you could get us access to these vaults?
I can try.
We would be very lucky if you could.
I will see what I could do.
My throat hurts. I think I'm going to go find Lucy. Finnegan's still out in the main section if you need him.
Okay, dokie. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And I'll creeper my way out of the room.
Gonna play Find the Paladin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be walking the streets. Have you seen a paladin whose armor doesn't fit?
Oh my god.
Would help narrow it down. You do have a very distinctive look to you. So with the bit of a head start, it does take a little bit of time to track down Lucy, as she's just kind of meandering about the town without any real kind of rhyme or reason. Unless you come up with something else that you would like to be doing in the afternoon, evening hours here. Shelly manages to find you first. Zar's not too far behind, but it does, with the head start that Shelly had, they do manage to track you down first. And then, not too long afterwards, Zar kind of... Are you still disguised?
Yes.
Very slowly shambles up to the both of you.
Oh, she's gonna acknowledge Shelly. Oh, done bookworming, I take it.
Yeah, I didn't really find a whole lot, and figured I should check on you, make sure that you're okay since you're out here all by yourself and stuff.
I'm used to it.
That's not good.
Oh, it is. When you're an only child, that's what happens.
That sounds like deflection, but okay. Have you found anything cool out here?
No, it's a pretty boring town.
Oh.
People.
I
can
was
tell you
gonna
two people that
go-
would argue with that one.
Yeah.
Oh, Finnegan's not here, so shh.
Tony saw where Zar was looking for this bookshop, and I was thinking about doing a little walk by of it. If you want to come along.
Like a drive-by, but slower.
Yeah, yeah.
A walk
Are
by.
you gonna shoot some Eldritch Blast at him?
A walk by with me? Have you seen me? I stand out.
I mean, look at me now. I look awesome, right?
Yeah, but you blend in. I do not.
I mean, it's hard to blend in when you've got a purple hawk on your shoulder, but
Well, they might just assume you're a mage or a wizard.
I am a wizard.
She's gonna smile. I know that.
Anyway, is there anything that you were looking to get done in this town? Maybe you could use some company.
I was just looking around, perhaps if anybody was carrying this damn scrolls we're looking for, but I don't think I've managed to find anything. Otherwise, I've
Scrollery
just been
would be
wandering all
awesome.
day.
I'm always on the lookout for new scrolls.
Wizard thing.
Because I'm a wizard. Everybody keeps forgetting that. I don't know.
You did stumble across a couple of shops that dealt in the raw materials for spell scrolls in terms of like the high quality paper and specialty inks that you need to make them, but not selling scrolls themselves. More just the base ingredients and parts and stuff.
Well, the only thing I have found were specialty shops about, I think, selling the materials you need to make the sending scrolls are so thoroughly craves.
I
But
can't
that was
cast
about
that
it.
spell, so that wouldn't be very useful, but I might be able to stock up on some inks and stuff, because that might be useful to me.
They might have more charcoal here for you.
Yeah, I'm out of ink, so that'd be cool. But why don't we go look at this bookshop first, and then maybe we can figure out what we might need to do to get into it. I think Zar was talking about like maybe breaking some fingers, so I'd kind of like to figure out
He
a better
swore
way.
not to break fingers, but he
Yeah.
didn't say anything about other limbs, so.
Have I caught up to them at this point?
Yeah, within maybe a couple minutes after this.
Well, Lucy doesn't recognize you, so she doesn't acknowledge you. She just keeps talking to Shelly.
And what are you two young ladies doing this morning?
Not a lady.
Also,
But
also evening.
Sorry, I thought you disguised as a lady scholar.
Nah.
Guy scholar?
a lady.
Super androgynous.
What are you two young ones doing this morning?
Lucy kind of looks over and like,
That's Zar.
Hello, Lucy.
It's
God damn.
alright.
it's real bad, and sometimes I wish I knew the silence spell.
That voice is gonna
I could use
a
dispel
little-
magic next time I'm around if you want.
Just smack him with a stick next time. Just
That voice is gonna get irritating. Slightly.
I'm sorry, it's part of the disguise.
You're doing that on purpose.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's totally doing it on purpose because I look like this and still sound like this. So, you know.
Yes.
Wait, would Shillelagh work on the ring?
Work on the disguise.
it
'Cause it's-
wouldn't like break the ring, but it would break this cat. You'd have to recast it. It would basically like decloak him. You'd have to reactivate the ring if he failed the check.
Because higher spell items can damage lowers. Agreed.
You break my ring of magic, I'm gonna slit your throat in your sleep.
I'm just saying, technically it should work since it's a godsend tree branch.
Mhm.
Alright. Lucy's just like looking at Zar. Why are you looking like an old man?
I peer at her through my monocle. Because...
Knock it off.
Fine. But
I
if we're
knew
around
it.
others, I will speak like that because it's part of my disguise.
Fair enough, but drop it.
I
At least.
suppose I can do that. Just this once.
Especially since I was trying to do something nice for you.
Oh, Woody, Lucy, you're always trying to do nice things for me. That's why I was such a good friend.
I guess you found something interesting that Shelly wanted to go check out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I found this place, though. It's locked up pretty tight, has kind of like a slide on the door.
What is it, a library? A special library?
It's supposed to be some kind of specialty bookshop, but I'm
Did it have
finding
a
it really hard to
storefront?
talk normal now. Did it have what?
Did it have a storefront? Like, were you in a back
No.
alley
was
entry,
in
or
a-
was that the front?
It was in an alley. I was wandering around the alley waiting for someone to mug me so I could beat the shit out of them and get the information about where I wanted to go.
You're so violent.
Ran across this place to begin with.
Seems like there are better ways to do that.
Not where I'm from.
We all have to
Okay.
evolve at some point.
What happened to those books on leadership styles that you were gonna?
Haven't got a chance to read them.
No, you get some downtime. Read those books on communication methods, the 5 love languages.
Oh boy. Alright, then I guess since Zar found it, Zar would be the one. Would have to be the one leading us through
Or
it.
the bird.
Yeah, Tony could do it.
I mean, I've already been hanging out around this today. It may be suspicious if I show up again. Perhaps you
Yeah.
two should go without me.
Can't
Oh,
you
oh.
change your disguise?
I suppose I could. Yeah, turn around, Lucy, and I'm gonna turn Lucy around, and I'm gonna stand behind her. I'm gonna drop the disguise and re-up the disguise.
Oh no.
That's something different.
Okay.
Why did you have to turn me around? She's gonna look
Because
bad.
I didn't-
Ta-da!
Because I didn't want anybody to see me.
He didn't want you to
Change.
see him naked.
I don't care who sees me naked. I'm not ashamed.
What's up with that voice now? And she's like around the
What you
theater.
mean?
Is that something that like I should try to do? Cause like
Well, if you're trying to deceive people and they're not thinking you are who you are, you do your best to not be who you are. You know what I mean?
What?
Huh.
Where did you hear such
but
a
like huh. Like is it real weird to see this sound like this?
I mean,
No,
I
but
wouldn't expect that voice to come out of what you look like, but
Does it make me seem interesting?
yeah.
yeah, I'd say so. Makes you stand out, that's for sure.
So anyway, I'm much more normal-looking human now. I'm just like bald and kind of muscly.
Mm.
You just sound like a grunt. Or
Work. Job's done.
Just a laborer.
Zug.
Is that original Warcraft?
Yeah.
they're still in retail version.
Anyways, it's this way. If you want to go take a look with me.
You sound like you have a really bad cold.
It's very
Yeah.
kind of.
Oh no.
Like you're real clogged up there.
It works.
Let's just go.
Yeah, let's go. And as we get closer, I'm gonna do the detect magic. Hey, I'm not glowing. Cool.
So, while we're walking down the alley, I would just kind of nod my head over toward the door as we pass it.
Okay. So you do it. It takes a little while to get back to the right alley. You do between the two of you. You remember where it is. It just takes you a minute or two to get back to it in the town. So you kind of stroll by the hallway or the alleyway nonchalantly and just kind of like do the nudge so they know that that's the one down that way. You give it a little sideways, look but don't look, don't look but look, and
Just an
I'm
eye
assuming at this point Lucy's gonna walk up and knock on the door. No.
Oh, come on!
So she's not good at. She's not good at.
It's a cheap shot. It's a cheap shot. I'm sorry.
Oh.
So you kind of look but don't look, and you don't look but you look, and you don't notice any kind of like magic coming off the doorway or in the alleyway itself. Nothing really lights up or seems out of the ordinary with a quick of detect magic.
All right, so we're gonna keep walking to like the end of the alley before we talk.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna say I didn't see anything. By the way, my eyes aren't glowing, right?
No, your disguise is working pretty well.
Cool. That's interesting. It's good to know. in case I need to like keep that all on the DL. You know, I can just like use disguise self to look like me, but without the glowy. It'd be great.
Wouldn't that be a misuse of this, or can you cast that all the time?
I mean, it's one of my wizard spells, so I can cast it a couple times.
I kind of wonder what would happen if I'd use my rune and get really big, if I'd look like a really big fighter bursting out of the body of this, little bald man.
You know, I think we should just lay low for a little while, not stir troubles, and
Oh,
hopefully.
no, I'm not
Finnegan
gonna
doesn't
do
poke
it.
bear.
Well, Finnegan isn't here. We're obviously not gonna get in any trouble. Just like you walk up on the door and knock, and they open it, and you go, "Not a fiend, huh?"
You know, I was pretty tilted off because of Finnegan's teasings. Really, you shouldn't blame me for that.
You're gonna get teased, Lucy, because you take so offense to it. If you act like it doesn't bother you, stop.
That's not how I work. I can give it a try, but
But that's how the world works.
So when we were walking around this building, there's only the one door we see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be like an associated storefront or the other alternative entrance or anything like that. It's just a door in an alleyway that goes to question mark.
So if we walk around, can we kind of like generally guess where the back side of this building, where the front side would, what shop or building would be the front side of this? You know what I mean? Because if it's kind of like a building in an alleyway going down and walking down the next street, maybe kind of guess which building this is the back door to.
Oh, yeah, like if you trace out like the physical structure, you can follow the wall until it
Okay.
comes out onto the normal street and see the shop that's on that at that corner essentially.
Okay.
But the door that you're interested in doesn't have any kind of like associated
Yeah.
store front or anything like that. It's physically part of a building. It's a small town. There's only so many
Okay.
buildings where it could be
Yeah.
a door in a wall. But yeah.
But it doesn't look like they have like a public-facing front office sort of thing for people to just walk in.
Not at first glance. No, it doesn't seem like that's the case.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell them. So here's the thing. I don't know what I can do to help this situation. I don't really have anything that I can use to like look inside or anything like that. But the best I probably could do is maybe take some of that charcoal I got, spend an hour and 10 gold worth of fancy charcoal, and make Meryl into like a spider, maybe, and maybe she can find the way like under a door or something and look around. Otherwise, we might just have to like talk to people.
But what if she gets squished?
Well, then I'm out 10 gold worth of charcoal, and I'll have to summon her again. She doesn't like die.
That's probably pretty painful, though.
Yeah, maybe.
With-
I mean, I guess if you got squished, you probably died pretty quick, so.
Are there any windows to
drowning.
this building, like anywhere around it as we walk around it, or other doors on like maybe the front side of it?
There is a shop on like the normal street
Okay.
that's part of the same physical building.
But it's not linked.
Yeah, like at least at first glance, it doesn't seem like the two are connected. The door just seems to be an independent thing.
Is it
What
a
kind
of shop
bookstore?
is it?
It is a
Had the same idea, Shelly. Yeah.
it is a shop that deals in wax seals. So they sell like all the different kinds of wax, and they make those custom stamps and emblems and things for sealing documents and stuff.
Fancy.
Shall we go in and take a look around?
Sure. Could use a wax seal. Man, but what letter would I have put on it?
Have one at home.
Well, what? Maybe not a letter, maybe a symbol. It could be like a hawk, like Shelley, or a turtle because you're a turtle, or maybe even a turtle.
A shell to make a pun with your name.
Well, I mean, because that's not. I mean, it is like my name, but it's not like really my name. I don't know if that makes sense, but
What is really
And-
your name?
I don't really have one. People just call me whatever they want to call me. So like Shelly is actually just because the wizards, they're not real creative, and they just were teasing me about having a shell, so they just call me Shelly.
Oh, I see.
yeah.
Well, do you have a name you would prefer?
I mean,
Like,
not
giving your own self a name?
not really. The one I use the most back home, like my person calls me Crest. That's where I came up with the call me Crest thing. But like other than that, I've gone by lots of names like Sal and Finn, and Finn is real weird because you guys call him Finnegan, and then I get confused because I'm like, hey, that's that's not me. So but they're usually like real water related, like Sal is actually short for sail, and
Oh, okay.
the crest of the wave and stuff like that. But it's just whatever people call me. I went by Dude for a while. That was kind of cool too.
No.
But I think that was just because I was calling everybody Dude.
Well, I mean, I go by Zol, but that's just the shortening of my name. So
Yeah, nicknames. Those are cool.
yeah.
Anyway,
God, this is killing my voice.
You did this to yourself.
I mean,
Suffer.
yeah. Well, I wouldn't count it so much as a nickname, just a shortening of my name, because it's still my name.
Yeah. Let's go talk to the person inside.
Sounds good.
Y'all
'Kay.
you all can do the talking. I'm not very great at it, it seems. I'll just peruse.
All right.
Do you have a cool name?
Me?
Yeah. I just know you as Lucy, but like, do you have like a fancy name?
I have a last name, which is Lightbearer.
Oh, that's pretty fucking fancy. You could get LL.
No, just Lucy.
No?
That'll
Okay.
do.
If you want, I could give you light on your like breastplate or something, and then you could actually be a light bearer.
Yeah, let's modify the breastplate.
No. I mean, I
can
could just cast light on it.
on myself. But
Oh, you could do that too? I can do that.
I could cast daylight also, but that's a bit
Oh,
of
that's a big one.
overkill.
Yeah, no, that's a lot.
I can grow big.
That's also pretty cool.
Yeah,
I just throw jellyfish at people.
it's
But
very
I mean, it's
terrifying,
helpful.
but effective.
No, not that kind of jellyfish. They're
Maybe
helpful
you should
jellyfish.
change them from jellyfish. Guys, stop getting scared at you.
I was
Feel
thinking,
You started using starfish.
you know what? I think I'll make the dangerous one look like starfish so that it's like ninja stars. It'll be awesome.
That would be amazing.
That. I'm definitely gonna work on that. Starfish magic missile. That is 100% going in my spell book. Okay.
All right, let's go in.
Yep.
Okay, so you stroll into this. I'm not sure what the proper name for this type of shop is, but you go into this shop.
Waxer.
And, yeah, the Waxorium. And the shop is being run by like a middle-aged human guy, normal, kind of short, light brown hair, and he greets you warmly as customers and is just, how can I help you today? Or are you looking for standard supplies or something custom that we could do for you?
Yeah. So you do wax and like what is it, the stamps right here?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Hey.
for sealing of documents and
Yeah.
verification of authenticity, things of that sort.
Do you actually do any of the like shipping stuff, or do you just do the sealing stuff?
We mainly deal in the sealing.
But not like the sealing, right?
No.
Yeah. That's just a joke. So what we were looking for is we've got some documents, but the thing is I was trying to think of like a cool thing that I could get my stamp made of because I have ever-changing names. Like my name is Finn Crestwell. I am from afar, and I am here in your town because I am looking for interesting informations about things that I would then like to put into a document and seal it away from eyes that might pry.
That's complicated. Jesus.
I couldn't even hold it.
Okay. This is punishment for me almost killing you guys. I get it. That's fine. That's fine. So he kind of looks at you a little strangely. Do you need normal sealing wax? Do you need magical wax to verify that it hasn't been tampered with? What kind of level of
I
security
would
do
love
you need?
to hear about your magical waxes, but I do have a different question for you. I think I will let my friend here tell you what the question is because I'm not. And I'm.
Jesus. This is just they're watching this happen. All right. Like
Feel
what
free
the
to
hell?
interject whenever you're feeling confident again.
Yeah.
It
I'm,
can't be any
looking at
worse
this
than
like,
what they're doing.
Dear Lord.
We didn't pre-discuss a question or anything, so I'm just kind of like,
I'm gonna cast
Thank
guidance
you.
though.
thank you, Finn.
Yes.
You see, well, I'm looking at your want to look at your magical verification waxes as well. You see, my employer is a dealer in, it kind of leans in a little bit more, niche type of documents and books that usually require a historian to verify, if you know what I mean. And we want to make sure that we've had some problems with some of our goods that he has shipped. Not exactly their authenticity being questioned. So we're looking for something maybe we can seal the package so that we can verify, it came from us, the seal was not broken, type of thing. Because we're talking about some very expensive and old books and scrolls and whatnot. So want to make sure that they're getting what they're paying for.
Certainly.
And no one's tampering with it.
Which, by the way, is very expensive stuff. So.
No, yeah.
Oh, all right then. Well, we of course, as I said, deal in magical waxes that do reveal themselves if they've been tampered with in any way, if they've been broken and resealed, any of that sort of thing. For larger parcels, you'll also need some of this, and he pulls out a spool of ribbon that has sort of like runic inscription running down it, and it's essentially you bind the package or the book with the ribbon and then seal that with the wax, and then it becomes tamper-proof, and any attempts to meddle with it would reveal themselves and alert you to the fact that it's been tampered with, as well as sort of like send off an alarm kind of a thing of somebody meddling with.
I think this says, "Keep your grubby hands off my stuff, you butthead," in Gnomish. That's cool.
Yeah, I think that would work quite well. What's the price on both the items?
how many parcels, or how large of a parcel are you looking to bind?
Uh, just just a book to begin with. We've got this very old and niche book that we're wanting to send off. It's probably, I'd say 8 inches by 4 inches. The spine is in a very delicate condition. It dates pre-England's pre-Empire, and so we want to make sure that nothing happens to it on the way where it's going.
Yeah, do you have like not just for tampering, but like protective, like an envelope that's got like bubbles or something, like
Good question.
magic
Finn.
bubbles?
It's not something we particularly specialize in. I believe there is a shop a couple blocks over that deals in that kind of abjuration item that would help protect and preserve items if you're worried about books being exposed to the elements or humidity in
Yeah.
travel. They do those kinds of preservation spells.
Yeah, there's a swamp down south. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's real bad on books.
I
Yeah,
tend
absolutely.
to avoid the swamps myself.
Yeah, that's a good
Let-
call. Sometimes
let-
the mud bubbles and it sounds like voices, and it's just not fun.
Let me tell you, it was not pleasant making our way up here.
Yeah.
It really wasn't.
But hey, you seem like you know the place, and you're a person about town and stuff. We're always on the lookout for things of interest to our employer who might be into kind of that stuff that we were just talking about.
Well, yeah. What my friend here Finn's saying is, we've tried several different bookstores and whatnot, and they seem to have all the same mundane things, and really getting good with our boss. I mean, he gave us plenty of spending cash to, throw around, maybe pick up something that we think one of the customers will do. If we do good, we'll get a pay raise and a commission. And most of the places around here just, and forgive me, I'm not trying to be insulting, but I think you're probably the nicest person we've met here that's not all snooty and everything. They just
Yeah.
sort of scoff off our questions like we're dumb or something, but
I think it's because
No.
of the way we talk.
yeah, I think so too. I mean, we'd be off this island already if that whatever that is up in the sky hadn't happened, but we couldn't get back out, so we're just trying to make the best of what we can while we're here,
Yes. Well, there is a certain presumption of foreknowledge when it comes to the residents of this town and their familiarity with the archive. There's I don't know if I would necessarily call it snootiness myself, but there is an air of you ought to know better when it comes to certain questions.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Like they don't
We-
like outsiders.
we went to the archive. There's really not anything there that, we think any of our employers' clients would be interested in, and we've not found anything else, and we're just at a loss right now. I mean, we've got this one book, but that's about it.
Well, I'm afraid I don't deal in books myself, as you can clearly see.
Oh, yeah, I know, but like I said, you're just the most friendly person we've met here, so I figured I'd ask you and maybe not get a small ass response, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I usually when we say, "Hey, do you know where we can find some books?" They're like, the big giant library, duh," and it's just not cool. So
Oh, yeah, I thought one was going to spit on Lucy over here earlier.
Well, the archive is the best place in town if you're looking for books. They do have the most extensive collection in town. If
Right, but they're not
obviously
selling them.
not for purchase, of course. Yes. You know,
I mean, I think we've got around 5,000 gold to spend.
at least that, yeah.
So, we're definitely looking for something really niche.
is there a specific niche that you're looking for? There's a few shops that specialize in different subjects, but
Mostly the clients look dealing in pre-empirical, which is very hard to find, and none of the shops around here really cared anything like that.
Well, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't expect them to. That kind of material is generally reserved for the restricted section of the archive. It wouldn't be just floating about in a random bookstore.
I mean, can I
mean-
tell you a secret? I've been in the restricted section. It's not that impressive.
It's
Like-
really not.
I spent all day reading about the eating habits of the pre-war peasantry, and it's just like they eat the same thing we do now, and it's just not anything special.
Yeah, I suppose you could just go ahead and give us some prices on the
Yeah,
other thing,
yeah.
though. I mean,
I'll,
it was
like, pull
worth a
out
shot
my-
asking. Just,
I'm gonna like pull out the entire sack of money out of the bag of holding and just like start counting like one by one coins from this bag that never ends.
I like it. He quotes you 30 gold for the amount of wax and ribbon for the book that you described to him to
Sure.
bind that item.
That's
Shirley,
no problem.
you don't pay for all of it. We've got to divide this up here. And I'll pull off my big bag of gold coins and I'll set it down and open it up and pick out 15 to go along with 15 of hers or theirs.
Okay.
Come on, another good roll.
So he takes obvious notice of what you're doing. So who did you say your clients were again?
Well, we can't tell you who our clients are because we're very keen on keeping that type of information confidential because you don't know who would take aversion to, people looking for certain things. Discretion and privacy are very upheld.
Certainly. It's just, if you're going to be dealing in the kind of records that you described, you could certainly use a much larger supply of these wax and ribbons, and I can certainly put you in touch with our preservation expert that I mentioned down the street. We could work out some sort of package deal to supply you for all of your record protecting needs. They're basically trying to upsell you at this point. They're just
Well, like I said, we'd love to spend more money here, but we just have the one book right now. Were we able to procure more items of interest? I don't know, Finn. Should I tell him? And I just sort of give Finn a faux kind of like, should I?
I mean, they seem like they want to be helpful.
Alright, and I'm gonna kind of like lean in. See, I can't tell you about our clients because you should know as well as I do to crash. That's how you keep a business is, by keeping things quiet. But we're actually here working for Asmodean Sayus. Just a random name drop of like some big crime boss in Marcelheim that is known for like smuggling and stuff. Somebody Czar would know of, and that would be kind of notorious.
at least by reputation.
Al Capone.
Yeah, at least by reputation. And
Okay.
so, we're definitely not going to give away that information. And any information we did have could be very profitable for anyone, helping us out, or, maybe talk to some of your friends and maybe they've got something hidden away under a pillowcase somewhere.
Okay. He doesn't seem overly responsive to the name drop. It's just kind of like, well, your clientele or your clientele. I'm more than happy to assist you in your protection and preservation needs. And if you do find more items, I don't know where you might do so, but should you find yourself so lucky, I would love to cater to your business and your clients' needs as best I can.
Alright, can't ask for more, but I would ask one more favor of you. We're going to be in town, I think, for a couple more days before we move on. Heard there may be some good books up in Fantalusia. We're going to be staying at the Elias Inn. If you happen to hear anything or come about anything, just send word there. Leave it at the desk for Agonal. That's me, Agonal. I'll stop back by, and if you find any leads for us, I'll more than happy give you a really good commission. And if we end up purchasing anything, of course, we'll be buying more things at your shop.
Yeah.
Very well then. If that's all the business that you have for today, I'll kind of collect the gold that you slowly, one by one, stacked up on the countertop for him, and give you your ribbon and wax, and like I will bid you adieu.
All right, let's go see that other protection specialist, shall we?
Yep. Bye.
Come along, Lucy. Don't dawdle.
She like turns away from the salesman and rolls her eyes and so before following.
We're obviously touting you as the muscle, Lucy. You're kind of like the person in the armor and everything that just kind of stands around.
With a hood, looking super menacing.
Yep.
With
Theft-
Exactly.
Theft prevention specialist.
Yeah.
But once we're out of the shop and away from the person's ears, she's gonna be like, "What? What were you both thinking, or trying to do?"
We're trying to get in that door in the back alley. Now,
It might
Don't
not
know.
be connected.
it might not be, but then again, it might be too. And he may have just sent us to the place that can get us all access back there too. Or he name dropped this other person.
But what do we need anything to get into this place?
I saw them flash a card to get in. So I
So-
think it's invitation only, and that's what we got from Kinley too. She said that you have to be a member or get invited or be escorted by a member to get in there. So that's what we're trying to do, figure out how to get invited or get in. I mean, I could just break down the door and kill everyone in there, but
Why would you?
we prefer
They're
we prefer not
merchants.
exactly. I'd prefer not to do that.
I mean, they're probably merchants, but
Magically.
Well, at least Lucy let us know if they're fiends. I kind of chuckle a little bit.
Drop it.
Sorry.
maybe we should come up with like a sign language sign or something like that, so that you can tell us if there's danger.
No,
yeah.
just
Without
keep
being like,
Finnegan's
This
mouth
guy's
shut.
evil.
I mean, yeah, I mean that would work. Back in, on the mainland, Solon and I used to talk to each other and sound like we're having a normal conversation, but it was kind of like a code. Unless you knew, the cipher or whatnot, you'd think we're talking about something completely different while giving each other messages.
Mm.
Like maybe when you sense a fiend, you can go, "I really like blueberries," and we'll know it's a fiend.
That's no. A little random.
Or maybe you could just like tap the side of your chin.
Right.
We'll figure something out.
Alright,
Okay,
well,
but we
that other
have to
shop
figure
should
it
be up
out.
here.
We have to figure it out before you find another one, because otherwise it doesn't help any. You'll be like,
Right.
"This is the symbol, guys,"
And,
and
and
we'll
I
be
really
like,
don't
"What
want
are
my
you
arm
doing?"
chopped off almost again. That was very painful.
Yeah, well, maybe we should have talked before getting in there, huh? And you just telling me to drop the zone of truth.
I didn't tell you. I gave you a look. You decided what you were gonna do.
Let's
Gonna-
get to that stupid merchants and get this over with.
Yeah, let's go on. Next shop.
Zug zug.
Okay, so you work your way down a couple more blocks to what you believe to be the shop that the last shopkeeper described. They look like they've got different kinds of packing material and packaging boxes and all of that kind of stuff up on the wall just
It's
to select from.
Is this the UP hex?
It wasn't named that, but it is now.
Empirical Express.
Yeah. So it is that kind of a shop. That's the vibe to it. Is they're dealing in packaging and shipping materials and that sort. So you stroll in, and the shopkeeper again welcomes you warmly as customers. And how can I help you today? We're getting ready to kind of close up shop here. I hope that we can assist you in a timely fashion, but we are getting ready to close up here.
We're looking for protection for a very old book, about yay big, given the dimensions.
Mm-hmm.
And want to make sure that it doesn't get damaged. We've already bought tamper-proofing. We've got a very old book that we're looking to send to one of our employers' clients, and want to make sure it doesn't get damaged or tampered with on the way.
Well, I certainly hope it's somewhere else on the island, as he kind of points up.
Oh yeah, some druid over in the Druidic Alliance.
Looking into information about, the old faith.
Yeah, that's the type of thing we deal in. We try and find things that aren't easily available. What's the best coin?
All right then. What kind of level of protection do you need? Does it need environmental controls and those kinds of preservation
Preservation,
applied, or
preservation materials. I think would be best. I mean, the book's already pretty old and ragged. We've not run across anything even remotely as old as this while we've been looking around there. There's not much, of that type of thing in this town anyway.
Hmm. Well, for what you're describing, without seeing the book firsthand.
Oh, hang on. Here, I got it. I'm actually going to pull out my Tome of Shadows,
Okay.
which is the new packed book that I've got. And
Mhm.
so it looks super old and super ratty. And it's got like the leather looks all jagged and stuff, but all of the writing on the outside glows that blue color of my tattoos. And then the inside of it is all written in like a language nobody else can understand.
Mhm.
And so I'm gonna hold it out, and I'll be like, be real gentle with it, because it's really old, but this is what we're trying to send.
Yeah, and also, I know you don't sell this type of thing here, but if you know of anybody that maybe does, like a friend of an uncle, sister, or something like that, that's maybe looking to get rid of some of these type things, paying really well for them, and we'll make sure they go to a good home and they're looked after and preserved properly.
Friend of an uncle's sister. He kind of ducks behind the counter for a minute, comes back up with gloves. He's like, "May I?"
Yeah, just be real careful. I mean, I'm sure I don't need to tell you that, because you're like an expert in protecting, but it's very special, so.
And he very gently takes the book from you, and he kind of looks it over and opens it up very carefully, and with, he's handling it with kid gloves very deliberately, and he's kind of assessing the paper and kind of looking at the writing and what the ink looks like and things like that. He's kind of are you sure this is a book you want to preserve? It's the condition of it's already a bit.
Well, I mean, that's kind of, it's hard to find books that are that old that are not in some kind of bad shape, but the person that we're sending them to actually does restoring. So if we can get it to him safely, he'll be able to put it back together.
A restoration specialist. He's in the Druid Kingdom, you said?
Well, he's a specialist in the old faith.
Yeah, see, he's kind of a historian. He got locked here with the rest of us when that thing went up in the sky.
I think he's actually from Marselheim, and he was just visiting, looking for more books on the faith.
And don't worry, definitely. I know I don't have to ask a respectable business owner such as yourself to do so, but we'll more than happy pay a little extra for your discretion because really wouldn't want to let it get out there that we've got something maybe a little bit taboo in case there's some imperial types about that wouldn't take so kind to have us having something this old and before the empire was established here.
What you choose to ship is your business, not mine. I just protect it. It's like, well, if this is what you want to preserve, I would, the kind of preservation and packaging, I would probably run you about 110 gold to get this where it needs to be safe and sound.
Right.
I don't suppose that you, like, again, this is super hush-hush, because, I know how people are around places, but if you happen to know of anywhere else that we might be able to find books from this era,
Yeah,
let us know.
Sisters, uncles, neighbor, maybe.
And I'll again pull out my giant bag of gold,
Start counting out one by
counting them out.
one.
I know there's some platinum in here somewhere.
I like it. So he's going and getting the different materials that you need for the box to slide the book into to seal it up and get activate the preservation magics and things like that. He's like, do you want me to seal this up for you, or would you care to do it yourself?
No, I'm gonna go ahead and just take the box.
All right then.
And I'll do it myself later. I have to do some special magic to it first too. So.
Sure. That's why I asked. So he gets that ready for you, and you can go ahead and make a persuasion check.
At advantage, since I'm assisting.
Sure. You have been tag teaming this effort.
Maybe I should let you do it with this. And I did mention earlier that I was casting guidance. So can that still also be on?
Sure. I mean, it's a cantrip. You could repop it. So.
Yeah.
With advantage. All right.
Yay!
A 1d4.
Yep.
21.
Okay.
Nice.
So, again with the friend, uncles, brothers, sisters on the mother's side. I mean, the archive is by far the best place to go to for those kinds of that level of historical document. I mean, their preservationists exceed even my talents. They're not.
Right, but we're looking to add to a collection, not view somebody else's collection.
Well, that's a bit of a tall order. I mean,
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you happen to hear a rumor or sell somebody, but I understand if you don't. You still provide a good essential service.
The private. Private collectors of those kinds of materials put emphasis on the word private. They don't.
I understand completely, but it's hard times with that dome being up and on. You never know who might want to part with something for a little bit of coin. A lot of business has been disrupted since things can't move in and off the island.
Books don't buy food.
Well, unless you find somebody rich enough to buy them.
I have on occasion provided preservation for this level of historical document. I don't necessarily know where they're procuring them from, but there's certainly someone in town who's managing to trade in these kinds of stuff, in these kinds of items.
I mean, between you and us, we'd be very interested in maybe procuring some of those items ourselves.
Or
No
at least
questions
talking.
asked. We're not worried. Yeah, we're not worried where they're coming from. Just what we're trying to get them to.
Well, I'm reluctant to put to hazard my business by prying, but should such materials come by my countertop again, I may politely inquire as to where they might be doing their shopping for you.
Oh, would appreciate it if you pointed out there's a commission for you. We'll be in town just for the next couple of days. You can send just general word to Agonal, that's me, at the Elias Inn, and just a simple message like package ready, something pretty inconspicuous that you would send to a client maybe, or restoration complete, and we'll know it's you and stop by.
All right then. I make no promises, of course. But
Of course not.
and at that he kind of wraps up and he's walking to the door so he can close up his shop for the night.
Thank you. You've been super helpful.
Yes, and have a good night. Do be safe walking the streets with and items such as that.
Oh
And don't
yeah.
worry, we got Lucy here. She can. I don't know if you heard about it or not, but back down south in the tournament, she was just cleaving people in two.
I don't follow the tournaments at SOGA much myself. Just never had much taste for the blood sports.
She
fair.
is the most bloodthirsty person I've ever met. But yeah.
To be fair, it might be helpful to know that the people who fight in the tournaments don't generally die. It is non-lethal for the most part, which helped me a great deal because I also do not really enjoy bloodshed. So
Yes, I would imagine you'd run low on combatants if they were dying on a regular basis.
yeah, that makes sense. I wonder why I didn't think about that.
Yeah,
Huh.
well, have a good day. We won't keep you any longer. We
Yeah.
should probably go turn the.
I have to go wash this luxurious hair.
He locks up behind you, turns the open sign to closed, and
Shirley, I'm quite impressed with you. You're when you want to be, you're as deceptive as I am.
What?
I'm not sure that's a good thing.
We make a good
I mean,
team,
it's
especially
all
with Lucy standing there looking like a bloodthirsty, plate wielding, shadowy, sketchy person.
shadows.
Do I look that sketchy?
I mean, that armor makes you look a lot bigger than you actually are. So yeah.
And honestly, whenever people walk around with their hoods up, it's usually because they're trying to hide something.
I have no other way to hide this fact, so this is the only option I
I
have.
mean, see, you're hiding something.
Yeah.
Nobody knows if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
Exactly.
I don't even know if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
I think it looks awesome. And you should just rock your glowing eyes and be like, bam, that's me. I've got glowing eyes.
Absolutely. Well, shall we go back to the inn and wait on Finnegan and Kinley?
Yeah. Hey, is that actually one of your names? Or is that just, did you just make that up?
Oh, Agonal?
Yeah.
That's a name I went by. Just to, tried it for a while, built up a little bit of street credit. Never really took on. Too hard to say.
Yeah, Czar's way cooler.
I agree.
Cool. Let's go back to the inn.
Yep, head back to the inn.
Before
It
Lucy
got,
said
got
his
too
real name
confusing when
is-
people would try to kill him. They'd just be like, diagonal, and he'd be like, what? Okay, sorry, Lucy, I talked over you. What were you trying to say?
Oh no, it was like just on time before Lucy says that his name is better than just Czar.
We have some very expensive shipping material now. I wonder
We
if we
haven't
can
needed
use it for
anything-
anything else.
I don't know.
You
I'm
both
gonna
spent
once
a
we get to
lot.
the inn, I'm gonna identify them. See if they have any other uses that I can repurpose them for.
And upon getting to the end, I'm going to let the reception know. I'll drop my disguise before getting there. I'll let the reception know if any messages come in for an Agonor, they are to be delivered to me.
Oh, I thought it was Agonal.
I did
Agon-
too.
Agonor.
Oh.
Oh, I had heard agonal. That's why I made the diagonal joke.
Yeah, I was using that weird voice, so it probably came out that way.
Okay.
Note, all of the names fictitious names I have used today are from Will of Time. No copyright, just using the names.
You haven't used Ron yet.
Oh no, I hate that name.
Ah. Are you gonna use his last name? His last name's pretty
Coffin?
cool. All
Maybe.
four.
You can send your
Oh,
messages
I'm so
along to
sorry.
Ishmael.
No spoilers.
Okay, so you cast Identify on the magic items, and you see abjuration magic in there that's designed to maintain. Once it's sealed and activated, it maintains the ideal like temperature, pressure, and humidity to ensure that the paper in the books and the ink don't deteriorate any further than they already have. There's not any kind of like equivalent spell for that I know of to try to like
Gentle
one to
repose.
one. Sure, it's like gentle,
Gentle repose for books. Yeah.
This is a preservation spell, you know.
Yeah, it's a preservationist. And then you also note that there's a non-detection spell as well. So attempts to divine the contents of the box once it's activated, you wouldn't be able to tell what was in it.
That could be useful.
Nice.
Are you sharing this knowledge with the rest of us?
Sure.
We could put that, perhaps wrap up that piece of the divining rod in that material so that it can't be located.
We'd have to seal it. We wouldn't be able to like.
I mean, we aren't using it for anything.
Yeah, we just have to. We'd
need
only
all
be
the
able to keep it sealed until we have to unseal it. But yeah, if there's something
And,
that we need to hide, then this would be a good way to do it if it fits.
I was gonna say the book that you described wasn't especially huge, and the rod is like a decent rod, so it might not fit in the box. But
What's in the box?
Oh well, I guess keeping it in the astral plane pocket dimension of a bag of holding is good enough.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to square on that too. So cool.
But yeah,
Anyway.
and then the ribbon and the wax they detect tampering. So if once it's been sealed, the magic activates, and then any attempt to open it or disrupt it, it basically the color of the ribbon changes and the color of the wax changes. So you would note that the item's been tampered with, and there's also an alarm spell attached as well. So if the wax seal is broken, it sets off an alarm to the person who sealed it.
Okie dokie.
So that's what's in those.
Sounds good.
And then what's everyone else getting up to? You just gonna work your way back to the inn, or are you gonna pit stop somewhere, or more
Researching
research you wanna
late
try to
into the night for all the stuff that I'm looking for. Anything else I happen to find. If I don't find anything else, then I make my way back to the inn.
Okay.
I mean, I might try something stupid, but I definitely want to give it a shot.
That's fine. If you want to make one more investigation check for me, Kinley, for like your into the evening hours of research.
Okay. 22.
Okay. So it's still on the same topics, or are you pivoting to a different topic?
Never give up.
If I find anything else in other topics, I'll still be looking for those, but start throwing in more topics like other religions, myths, geography and the changes of geography around here. On this island, this island.
Mm-hmm.
What else?
Cough, pilgrimage.
Yeah, and more information on the pilgrimage that Shelley had found.
Did you mention that to Kinley before you left, Shelley?
Yeah, I mean,
Like, hey, I found this thing over here.
yeah, I'm all about open communication between teammates. So
Unlike Finnegan.
Yeah, that's
like,
that's
hey,
why
look, Yuki worked.
I was giving you the benefit of the doubt that you would have, but okay. So you dig into these topics, book after book. It's a lot. Again, it's all first-hand accounts and direct biography, record keeping kind of stuff, more so than like analytical text or anything of that. It's not encyclopedic. It's not research in an analytical kind of fashion. It's direct accounts, people's personal version of events and stuff of that nature. So you're digging into this, and you do find the account of someone mentioning the Weeping Well as one of their stops along the pilgrimage. And you do find a couple mentions of the Great Tree as well, so you're like, okay. A bit of 2 + 2 in there.
Yeah.
There's not specifics on the others. You do also find mention of 5 rather than 4, despite 4 having been mentioned by the cultists.
Any descriptions of the other stops at all?
Not in any kind of significant detail. You picked up the same kind of elemental threads that Shelley had previously locked in on, and had been kind of diving into that, and that's what led you to the well, because you were assuming it was natural occurrences of the elements, and that the well being a huge body of water. But then you found the references to the Weeping Well, and you were like, okay, so maybe it's not always a natural geographic occurrence as much as it is the significance of the element itself, kind of a thing.
Okay, so we're looking for something on a grand representation of the rest of the elements around here, and that would be my next focus.
Yeah, that's kind of the inference that you're making.
Yeah. So I would be looking for things like, a volcano, or, for fires. What else? We got water, earth, fire, wind, probably a place of great storms, or, high winds.
But by their powers combined, they are the pillars of the...
They did say there were 5, not 4.
They form Captain Hypocrisy.
Captain Avatar.
I don't know what the 5th one represents in this world. Is there any details on what they consider the 5th element here?
No, you're not seeing any of that. The 5th one is just kind of vague.
Okay.
It's not.
So we won't be looking for Lilu Dallas. We won't be looking
No multi-pass on that one. Um, so yeah, so you continue to dig, you start making the inferences that you started to make, and you do remember that the capital of Forge Hearth, which is Umlot, which is
Umlot. Spell that.
Umlot.
UMLOT.
Yep.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
They are known for the fact that their forges are fueled not by traditional fire, but by magma flows that are directed and redirected throughout the city, both as a light source and as a heat source. And that's what they run their forges off of, is the heat from the magma. So you're like, if I was looking for fire, that might kind of be fire, maybe.
Yeah, that sounds pretty intense.
But the fourth one, as you're reading through and stuff, you kind of know what you're looking for, but nothing's jumping out at you in terms of a potential location for it. At least nothing in kind of specifics that you can latch onto.
All right. So we have two elements to still discover what represents them. Well, what represents one, and find out what the hell the fifth one is in general.
Yeah. Because you're pretty sure you got water, you're pretty sure you got fire, or some sort of interpretation of fire, but then was the tree earth, or was the tree wood, or what was that, or nature in general, or what? Like, there's a vagueness to the elements that you're trying to kind of nail to the.
It depends on whether it's just based on Asian or or Western philosophy, whether it's wood or earth.
So that's what you've managed to pull out of the archives as you wane into the late hours, and the last person who's kind of hanging behind a lockup behind you is sort of
Getting annoyed. He's like,
yeah.
"Come on, finish up."
You know, the restricted section will still be here when you wake up in the morning.
I'm furious.
Not planning to pack up and move it.
I'm still furiously scribbling my notes, making drawings and arts, and I kind of hold him up till I see him getting particularly perturbed for having to stay around so late, and then finally make my way back to the inn.
Okay, so they escort you out, lock up behind you, lock up everything.
Of course, I thank them profusely for their time and access to their knowledge.
Of course. So they'll escort you out. You make your way back to the inn. Everyone else at this point has pretty much wound down for the evening, because you're strolling in last one home, basically.
Yep.
So you
Actually, Czar would be waiting on Kinley to get back. Kicked up in the lobby, feet up on the table, drinking.
Who's
water.
Finley?
I said Kinley.
Oh. I'm like, who's Finley?
It's our new fusion technique. we have our own fusion car.
So I would be waiting on her to get there.
Okay. So you stroll in and you see Czar still hanging down in the dining area, relaxing, but clearly waiting on at least someone to show back up, you assume yourself.
Yeah. Are you in your disguise still, or are you out of it finally?
Huh?
Are you in your disguise still, or are you
No,
out?
I'm not disguised. I dropped my disguise right before we went back into the inn.
Yeah,
All right.
that's what I thought.
Lucy's probably dining too, by this point.
Well, Czar would purposely not be with you. He's kind of wanting to get Kinley by herself.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, she'd be like, all right then, do your thing. Sass me.
And I guess
The book
seeing
for
her
that
walk in. Kinley, join me for a nightcap.
She looks around like, oh, sure. She kinda, is there anybody in the kitchen still?
They're just about like they're not really making dinner at this point. You might be able to get like a light snack kind of a thing.
Right,
But they're mostly down the district.
I'd ask for whatever light snacks they got, something to fill my stomach.
So, did you find out anything?
I looked more into stuff. See, what else did I find? Information about the oddness of when this place was taken over. The Empire, for some reason, decided to just scrub all old religions, even after touting, their being there for peace and cooperation, which there had to be some reason that they particularly scrubbed this religion. Just something to look into.
It is odd, isn't it?
And apparently those who practice the old religion used to make a pilgrimage to 5 sites on this island. And
Does one of them happen to be that giant tree that's dying?
I've actually been able to confirm at least 2 of them. The Weeping Well and the tree. I am guessing also that Forge Hearth may be one of the stops as well, as their forges are powered by magma. I believe that might represent fire here.
Make a lot of sense.
Not able to figure out what represents air yet, and I have no clue what the old religion considered their 5th element.
Well, perhaps we'll find more going along. It seems we're picking up bits of it. Damn the Empire for scrubbing all of this information away. It makes it harder to piece it together.
It does. It does.
So, we came up with a couple leads.
Sounds good.
And I fill her in on a possibility we may hear about some unusual books or tomes or knowledge and stuff coming our way. But that's not really why I wanted to wait up for you to get back. There's some things I need to tell you, Kinley.
Oh?
And I'd prefer for now, Lucy already knows, but for you not to share this information with anyone else.
Fire
Give
away.
me your word on that.
You have my word. Bellaforte always keeps their word.
What do you know about how I became a candidate for being a keeper?
Very little, as far as I know, unless I know more about the people that I'm working with than others do. Like words from my parents about who I'm working with, etc., etc. What do I know, Kim? Any of it?
I don't know. Let's see.
You know nothing.
Give you a
Jon
chance
Snow.
for something like that. Not really. No. Everybody's pre-keeper past is kind of their own business sort of thing. If you've been found fit for duty, you're fit for duty is kind of the perspective they take. It's sort of a
So
clean
no like warnings from the parents, like
Watch your pockets.
like.
No, not really. They weren't especially involved in picking like who got matched up with you to go on this in the first place and things like that. They're off doing their own field keeper stuff.
All right.
So
Well, can't say I know much. The parents are awfully busy, and I'm pretty sure they would want me to experience this au naturel without any kind of bias. So.
All right. Well, I'm sure you've gathered I come from a vastly different background than you and Lucy, Finnegan, and Shelley.
That's not much news. Continue.
I grew up homeless and orphaned. I had no one to take care of me. and plenty of other people to take care of that were like me. And I've done a lot of shady things in my past. But the one that actually led me to becoming a candidate for a keeper, myself, someone very dear to me, and some other of our friends, at the direction of someone we were working for, pulled off a heist on a museum. And we were told to go after some specific items. And we managed to procure them, but not before setting off an alarm. And I basically stayed behind so they could get away. And so I got pinched and they got to get away. I spent a lot of time, as you can imagine, in a cell. And kind of took it upon myself to look after some of the weaker people that I was incarcerated with. And apparently this type of quality was something a keeper saw in me and offered me a deal that I undertake training and grow my protective nature as a keeper, or face my eventual trial and probably death. So, it wasn't that much of a stretch for me to go, yeah, I'll do it. Here's the thing. The items that I stole, at least one of them, I know for sure, was part of the divining rod used to find the pillars. Didn't know about it then, know about it now. But I thought it best that I feel like I can trust you. I think I can trust Shelley. I'm just worried that she's not the best at keeping in information sometimes. And I don't trust Finnegan at all at this point. He's far too chaotic and self-absorbed.
I understand. Kinley basically has that disappointed motherly face.
Look, I don't need any lectures, Kinley. I know my past. It may explain some of the ways I act, like how well I know how to interrogate someone, which was another thing that they were interested in as my skill set for being a keeper. But I'm just trying to make things better, and I'm trying to look after that special person that's trapped on the outside of this dome. Because they're still mixed up in this somehow, and that's who gave me the warning that we were being watched. So I think they're trying to look out for me too.
Being who Kinley is and her faith in the Keepers, she would basically put her hand on your shoulder. Whatever happened in the past is your past. You are a Keeper now. A chance to be better, to help others.
He kind of rolls his eyes as you go into the spill after telling him he didn't want to lecture.
So she is. You can roll your eyes all you want, but I joined the Keepers like my family because I believe in them. I know that learning of the many shady things that have happened, questionable things that happened in the past, war is an inevitable and ugly thing.
Well,
But
I think the keepers are one thing. I think people sometimes that we're fighting for is not as sacred.
True, but I believe in what the keepers were meant to stand for. What my parents believe they stand for. What I was taught. How I grew up. And I want to make the world a better place in any way I can.
You know, when we first started this, I just wanted to get through it. You know, understanding keepers go where they want, do what they need to do. We're just gonna go, grab Solon, end up on a beach somewhere, make harpoons for fishermen or whatever, but knowing that as inadvertently and unknowledgeable as I was at the time, that I had a part in all of this, I've got to see this through and get it taken care of.
I understand.
I can't let innocent people suffer because of something I did. I used to be those people without anyone to look after me, and it's kind of my job now, I guess, to look after them still, but
It's a heavy burden you carry, and I understand the way you feel.
I'm going to tell the others eventually. Lucy already knows, but I'll tell them in my own time.
Understood.
But I'm happy to call you a friend, Kinley.
And you. At least I hope you
Right.
are. So,
Well, you never know about people, but have a good night.
yes.
Gonna
You too as
take my
well.
glass of wine with me to bed. Czar's done. He shared all he's gonna share.
Okay. She would wish you a good night, and all we have is each other on this island. So,
God, don't depress me as I'm making my way up. Very sarcastically, by the way.
so I put my faith in you, Czar, as well as the rest of our group.
I put my faith in some of you.
Yes.
Hopefully that'll change.
You have a good night.
You as well.
And Kenny will clean up her notes and sort out everything she has as she slowly munches on whatever late night snack they gave her before bed. She goes to bed.
Okay. Yeah, so they scrounged up a little bit of leftover bread and cheese from the supper. It's a little stiff at this point, but it's still enough of a snack to kind of tide you over to breakfast.
Good enough for her.
And so you go, everyone settles into bed, unless anyone else has anything they would like to do prior to that. You'll wake up the next morning, bright and early, ready for breakfast and a new day here in town. I think that may be a good stopping off point for us. We can call it a session here. We'll resume with more shenanigans here in Centura.
See, I told you guys wasn't bad. He's just drawn that way.
He just
Sure. We all hope, anyway.
We all
So yeah, so thanks everybody for tuning in this week. We played a bit later than we normally do, with everyone having a bit more time on their hands. For better or worse, we're making the most of it. Hope everyone had an enjoyable session, both from my players here and anyone watching, and we'll see everybody next week.
loved it.
Take care of yourselves and your family.
Yes, everyone take care of each other.
Stay safe.
Also remember, spread the word. Hit up those subs, because we have a nice gifts to raffle off if we hit 100 subs. So.
Yep. And we've got Ravnica tomorrow night. We've
Yep.
got Unlawful Disorder Saturday morning. I remember the name once again. Chaos Reigns Saturday evening, Cunning Limited on Sunday evening, and that'll bring us back to Tuesday. Now, on April the 10th, we will be starting a new campaign on Friday.
Coming soon.
New campaign hype.
TM, which really excited for the Legends of Nithya. And but till that, we'll see you when we see you.
Take care, everybody. Love your faces. I don't know if we have anybody to host or anything, a raid.
I'm looking. No.
All right.
Good.
Then we are, everybody. Have a wonderful evening and stay safe and healthy.
Stay frosty.
Wash your hands.
Yeah, wash your hands. Don't touch your face.
Yeah.